Admiration, 5, let's go. Bai Yan took down the portrait and was ready to leave then. However, something unexpected occurred when the blood from her earlier battle with the monster horde came into contact with the canvas. The painting suddenly started to make a faint light after coming into contact with that red liquid. Since there's nothing special about this spot, we should go look elsewhere then. Bai Yan's eyes were more and more solemn as she said that, thus causing her to miss the strangeness in her hands. Yen. Bai Ning originally wanted to speak when she noticed the bright light shooting out of the painting and into her daughter's temple. This change came too soon and so fast that the grandmother could not react. Yen, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? The woman's eyes were full of worry as those hands clenched the demon queen's shoulder in urgency. Bai Yan did not respond to the questions from her own mother there. Going unresponsive in the eyes, she's looking all dull and phased out. What is this place? Like a wonderland, this place in which Bai Yan came to was blooming with countless peach blossom trees. Ugh! Groaning as she touched her forehead, she begins to recall what had happened. If I remember correctly, I was with Mother inside that ruin. Then that light hit me in the head. That's right, it swallowed up my consciousness and now I'm here in this place. But, why does this place look so much like the background in that painting? It can't be, I'm inside the painting itself? Narrowing her eyes in, Bai Yan scans the area with vigilance for any signs of danger. Yet, there was nothing. Silence, and the sound of wind blowing against the grass to make a rustling sound of calm greenery, that's all there was. I didn't find a way out of the ruins after searching for so long, perhaps, the way out lies here, within this painting. That thought in mind, she collected her head and moved forward. Very soon, the demon queen came ahead with a tombstone ordained by several peach trees. Mu gorgeous tombstone. These were the words engraved on the rock slab. Mu gorgeous? Rubbing her chin at the name, Bai Yan began to muse over the indication of this. So that person is called Mu gorgeous, eh? But why did someone make a gravestone for her in such a place? And how in the world did I end up getting in here? Thinking up to here, she once again fell into silence to organize her train of thought. Then suddenly, she seems to recall something crucial. Specifically, it's the speck of blood that came into contact with the painting when she was removing it from the wall. Could it be at that moment? In that case, the one who created the ruins outside must be the same one who created this world within the painting. Presumably someone who admires this Mu gorgeous. She mutters out her theory to make sense of it all. So where is the exit? If I can come in, then that means I can also leave. What is the key here though? Looking around, the demon queen could see there's nothing but peach blossom trees growing here on the mountain. If there's anything worthy of note, it's the tombstone in front. No matter, I'll figure it out. First I need to pay homage since I'm already in front of her grave. She did after all leave behind the diary in my possession. Admiration, 6, Mu gorgeous was technically half her Shifu from a certain perspective, so showing respect wasn't strange. Taking to the knee, she makes 3 full kowtows like one should at a worshipping ceremony. Bump. Then at the final hit of her head against the ground, the tombstone slid to one side to reveal a hidden passageway. Quite frankly, Bai Yan did have a momentary thought about this happening like all those drama shows she used to see as a child on Earth, but to have actually happened like in the script still left her dumbfounded. This is real? It's that easy? Making a gobsmacking face, she did not know how to react to this stroke of luck aside from jumping up with glee. Quickly gathering herself, the demon queen didn't hesitate for a second and dived right into the hidden tunnel. The passageway was bright once she got inside, the steps long and drawn out as she headed further downwards to God knows where. Despite the unknown, she knew it's better than staying idle. After a long while, Bai Yan finally came to the end of the stairs and hit a wall like before, this time with a long message engraved onto the surface. This life, gorgeous, is the one whom I cannot make mine. Years of war caused her to hate demons to the bone, and at the same time, caused her to hate me to the bone. I, the great king, truly never thought the day would come where I would fall heads over heels for such an arrogant and overbearing lass. I do not know why I would love someone like her either, why her existence can occupy my heart to such a degree. I only know that in the moment where she stood under that peach blossom tree, that's when this lass ensnared my heart. She wasn't that clawing and feisty kitty anymore, but a quiet and enchanting butterfly in my soul. Sadly, I never realized this until it's too late. She's gone now, completely disappeared from my reach. If only my pride didn't get the best of me back then, perhaps I would have given her my all, even the entire demon race as a gift if I'm willing. But this girl, she's truly a stubborn one. I know her soul is avoiding me in the afterlife. I tried finding her to no avail. Maybe she thinks I would destroy her completely? I do not know, maybe that's why I never got to meet her again. To think I would fall so low as to want to beg a female to return to me. So, knowing she wouldn't come back, I built this mausoleum and erected her tombstone at its center. I also transplanted the peach blossom trees she loved so much, hoping she would return someday and come here to see what I created in her name. Perhaps then she would understand my feelings. My time is coming to an end soon. If there is another life, I swear I will never let her go again. I will cling to her like vine until the end of time. The handwriting on the wall was clear and visible, causing Bayan's heart to fluster with emotion. Demons? This writer must be the ruler of the demon race back in the old ages. To think this individual would have such strong regrets in the realm of love. I wonder if this Mu Gorgeous really went into the wheel of life and death? Or did she simply disappear out of existence? Bayan slightly lowered her eyes due to this thought. I remember Mu Gorgeous mentioned something about going into the rebirth cycle, but did she really do that? Furthermore, the time from now has been so long, would her soul remain the same? Or did she get reborn anew so many times that her existence has been erased completely? If the former were true and she remains, would really like to meet such an incredible woman. However, casting another glance at the inscriptions along the wall, Bayan's eyes locked onto a certain phrase. I hope that if the last does return someday, return? Why did the leader of the demons use the word return? Is it a coincidence that I ended up here, or is it fate? Why do I get the suspicion the reason I'm able to come here is because of the inheritance from the diary? He doesn't deserve to live. 1. She slowly reached out with her hand, allowing the slender fingers to gently caress the handwriting on the wall. Brrr. Suddenly, the whole ground started to shake from out of the blue. Looking up, Bayan discovered a dark door appearing along the wall like it's there to welcome her arrival. Without any hesitation, she pushed it open and walked through where a warm lady's chamber welcomed her view. It's very comfortable merely from looking at the layout. Somehow, Bayan got this strange sensation that she's lived here before. Unable to help it, the demon queen came closer to the big bed at the center. I don't know why I was able to come to this place and open so many secret doors, but I know you have a way to get me out of this ruin. My daughter, she's waiting for me outside, so. From the moment she came back out from where her father was trapped, Bayan's always felt a gaze overseeing herself from the dark. It's not ominous or coming at her with ill intent, it's more of the curious kind, so she didn't make a big deal out of it. But she's here now, where the sensation was at its strongest. It's time she got to the bottom of that spying. Don't think you can hide from me just because you won't talk. I know you're behind everything that's happened thus far. I don't know why you did this, but why don't you come out and talk? I know you're not doing it out of malicious intent. I cannot stay here. Bayan lightly frowns, her eyes revealing a strange light. Chirp chirp. A chirping sound came from ahead after that statement. Locking onto the source, Bayan immediately saw a golden little sheikling gingerly protruding its head from the other side of the bed. Its gaze was curiously eyeing the lady who came into its territory. A golden chicklet? Bayan blinks in surprise. Staring down at the little fella, did you bring me to this place? The golden chicklet shook its head profusely. He's not lying. There's nothing wrong about him opening that dark door, but it doesn't explain why this woman was able to come inside here. Not you? Bayan wrinkled her brow. Ever since she laid eyes upon this little golden fluff feather, Bayan's certain that spying sensation hailed from the tiny thing since it disappeared in that very second they locked eyes. Then is there any way you can get me out of here? Moving closer, the demon queen reaches out to lift the chicklet off the bed to speak. Based on her speculation, this chicklet likely broke out of its shell not too long ago. The hair on its body was very small still, so it's very cute and adorable. Chirp chirp. The tiny fella struggled under those fingers and made a sad and wronged face. It wants Bai Yan to let him down. Only if you answer my question first. Is there a way to get me out of here? Bai Yan's voice got a little heavier as she asked again. Ling Yan was waiting outside. It's bad enough she's wasted all this time going through that passageway. It's only going to get worse if she has to spend more time in this bed chamber, even if she does feel a sense of familiarity here. The chicken fell silent, its expression looking like it's thinking. After a long while, it finally nodded its head. Growing happy at the nod, Bai Yan swiftly continued, so what's the plan to let me leave? The chicklet struggled some more and broke free from that hand before heading further into the bed chamber. He doesn't deserve to live, too. See this, Bai Yan did not hesitate and followed from behind. The chicklet did not stop after leaving the bed chamber, but instead went towards the staircases. Twisting its buttock, he climbs the steps with much struggle. Luckily, the little fella's physical strength was quite good, so he didn't tire out during the climb. However, he did promptly plop down to the ground after seeing the peach blossom trees once they were on the surface. Where is the way out? Stopping right behind, Bai Yan gazes down at the panting golden fluff bird and asked. As if signaled, the chicklet climbs up again and led the way forward. There are countless numbers of peach trees here in this mountainous forest, but this was no problem for the golden chicklet. With every several trees they passed, the tiny guy would leave a mark on the earth to indicate their location. Finally, when the chicklet reached a certain one, he stopped and began to repeatedly peck at the bark to gnaw away at the inner fiber. This continued until the whole tree was entirely devoured by the tiny fella. Satisfied by his own deed, the tiny chicklet sat down due to its bulging belly and made a big burp. He didn't do this out for nothing, of course. In the past, that person told him the peach forest wouldn't need to exist anymore if someone enters from the outside. By then he could eat this specific tree that he's been conniving after for so long. Bai Yan took no action through all of this. She didn't know what's going on, but she's got this strange feeling that the tiny bird just grew by a notch in size. In fact, those fluffy furs also got more beautiful, like someone just painted an extra sheen of light on the surface. Just then, Bai Yan felt a whirlwind around herself as the world spun. The golden chick became extremely frightened as well. In his haste, he squealed and jumped up to Bai Yan's shoulder for shelter, its gaze carefully scanning for any movement around themselves. Due to how adorably cute the tiny fellow was behaving, especially that exploding fur face it's making due to the shock, Bai Yan wanted to say something to help calm the bird. However, she quickly discovered the trees in the surroundings disappearing right before her very eyes. First it was the trees, then the earth beneath their feet, then even the ruins. They're all gone. Right now, Bai Yan had found herself floating in the void where there's nothing but an endless abyss. Back outside in the real world, dark clouds circled around the sky as thunder roared above. Ling Yan's body remains unmoving like a broken doll after being hit, her blood slowly seeping out of her little mouth due to the injury. Butterfly felt utter despair at the sight. Despite her own life-threatening wound, this female elder stands ready to defend the little one after pulling herself up. Gu Lao, you must stop this insane madness, otherwise you won't know how you will die once the monarch returns. Throwing her bluff, the woman sneers sarcastically in an attempt to scare the other guy off. Unfazed and expressionless, Gu Lao's sword was already aimed at her chest. Butterfly, you are not my opponent, so move. What's the point of putting up a strong front? Is it worth it for such a tiny child? Wiping some of the blood from the corner of her mouth, I refuse. You're not my equal. The reason you are this strong now is because of the drug you used. Without it, you wouldn't even stand a fiddle to me. Unfortunately. A momentary boost was still a boost. Unless that drug wears off, she wouldn't be able to stop this bastard. Anti-Butterfly. Ling Yan had regained her consciousness and gradually climbed up from the ground, her hands tightly clinging onto the female's leg. He doesn't deserve to live. 3, you go back. The pipsqueak barely manages to smile there. I don't want anyone to lose their life for my sake. If you or anyone else does, I will live the rest of my life out in guilt. Please leave Auntie Butterfly. He won't necessarily kill you if you do. Growing heavy in the eyes, the female elder did not respond to the pipsqueak's plea. You're so old already, Gulao, why must you bully such a young child? Don't you have any consciousness at all? Miss Ling Yan is so well behaved, everyone in the manor adores her, how come it's only you and Guya who dislikes her as so? Gulao casts a cold hard glance at the baby girl before calmly replying to that series of questioning. Because she doesn't deserve to live. None of the people who takes away the lady's happiness deserves to live. Even if it's a 2-year-old child, they are no different. In this very second when the air felt ominously heavy, a loud explosive noise suddenly rocked the ground as a huge crevice began to open from the direction of the ruins. Gulao turned his head in surprise, apparently not understanding what had happened again. However, Di Ling Yan did as she caught onto the familiar whiff of smell hitting her nose. Without hesitation, she stopped crying and toddled towards the direction of that huge crack. Mother, I knew Mother would return. Mother always keep her promises to me. This, Butterfly's eyes were equally as shocked as the old bastard's. Not so long ago, the ruins had already sunk and caused everyone to lose hope, and now there's a huge crevice forming on the ground from out of the blue. No matter how experienced she was, the female elder still had trouble making sense of all these changes. Within a moment, a red light flew out of the huge crevice and came before the pipsqueak's view. Bayan's expected things were bad based on her intuition, but she never expected things to be this bad. Her daughter was covered in blood. For that, her heart wanted to explode as her lungs suffocated due to the extreme anger swelling out from within. Ling Yan. In a flash, the demon queen lunged towards her own baby and pulled her into a protective hug. This reunion was heartwarming, of course, but for the golden chiclet on the woman's shoulder, this meeting wasn't so nice as he got blown right off due to the blasted speed. If not for those tiny wings, he might have fallen heads over heels from the incident. Who did this? Bayan's voice trembled as she asked, the murderous intent all apparent along her eyes. Answering this was Butterfly, who made a regretful face. Mrs. D, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect your daughter properly. Mother, growing tense due to how the conversation was evolving, the pipsqueak promptly spoke in Butterfly's defense. It's not Auntie Butterfly's fault, it's that bad, old man over there. She did everything to keep me safe. Also, it's not as bad as it looks, my blood has healing properties, see? The cut on my hand isn't so bad, it's only a light scratch, it doesn't hurt. Despite the tears trickling down the baby's cheek, she continues to smile to act tough when in fact the dagger she used hurts a whole ton. He doesn't deserve to live. 4. Without uttering a word as a stream of salty fluid trickled down onto her mouth from above, the demon queen gradually locks onto the mentioned old bastard after making sure this was real. Did you hurt my Ling Yan? She asks with the most menacing glare. Gulao didn't get frightened by that eerie glare though. Sneering in his voice, that's right. Why? My Ling Yan did nothing, why hurt her? I've already explained this to Elder Butterfly before and I have no reason for it aside from that she doesn't deserve to live. Holding himself high and mighty, Gulao doesn't even flinch when spouting that crap. This girl is just someone who wants to climb up to the monarch's bed, why should I be afraid of anything? Loosening her protective grip around Ling Yan's body, Bai Yan suddenly bursts out laughing. It grew wilder and wilder until her very voice echoed across the entire valley, sending all of the nearby critters fleeing due to the creepiness. Good. What a good way of saying one doesn't deserve to live. Bai Yan's eyes pinned onto the old bastard as she began to trudge forward at him in a very scary manner. Since you're willing to spout such things, then I'm sure you won't mind paying the price for your own words. And you think you can make me pay by yourself? Gulao grew derisive in his smirk, dismissing any possibility of this woman being a threat. That's right, by myself. Bai Yan's voice now sounded chilling to the bone. However, before either party could make a move against one another, another third voice that was harsh and cold cuts in from the front. Who did you say doesn't deserve to live? Without a question, this voice was all too familiar to everyone present, so they didn't require a single moment to recognize it. Gu Lao's body froze as a result. Stiffly swinging his head at the source, that old figure started to shake as his vision landed on the sword-like man casting his shadow over the group from the sky. He's back. Gu Lao's eyes shrank once he took a better glance and realized there's another woman standing beside the monarch. That woman, isn't that Mrs. D's mother? Why is she with the monarch? Monarch. Butterfly became ecstatic at the sight of her liege returning. Her mood's been thrown up and down lately, so it's taking a heavy toll on this female elder who nearly died today. The monarch is back. He's finally back. That's great. With his monarchness here, Gu Lao won't be able to make waves anymore, and Miss Ling Yan is safe now. Perhaps it's the easing of her tenseness coming too abruptly, but Butterfly's legs quickly gave way once she got those thoughts into her head. Without much of a struggle, the woman collapsed to the ground and started to laugh hysterically. Grandpapa. Ling Yan's eyes got all teary and red once she recognized who has come. However, the pipsqueak did not let those tears roll due to her own stubbornness. She wants to appear strong before Bai Yan. You're back. Seeing that Ling Yan's clothes were covered in blood, Heavenly's mood didn't fare so well despite the welcoming words. You hurt, Ling Yan? The grandfather turns to the old bastard and asks after getting a grasp of the situation. Looking ugly in his face, Gu Lao grinds his teeth in frustration. Monarch, I only. Grandma. Before that reply could be finished, Di Ling Yan had broken free from her own mother's hold and quickly ran for the two newcomers' spot after they landed. Bai Ning's heart almost stopped beating there once she saw the blood-ridden clothes on the child. Without fail, the grandmother also ran forward and caught that tiny body. Quick, Ling Yan, show me where you're hurt. Grandmother here will have a look. Giggling as she shook her little head, it's okay, grandmother, I'm fine. The wounds have already healed. He doesn't deserve to live. 5, Grandpapa. The pipsqueak's smile was bright and joyous as she spoke. This is my grandmother and mother. They are here to pick me up, so I'll be going home with them afterwards. The entire body of the man had gone stiff as a rock there. Slowly turning his head like a utter robot, he makes a cringy face like he's eaten a lemon. Is this girl your daughter? Answering with a blank face, Bai Yan replies in a dismissive voice, Yep. Why didn't you mention it to me at the time while we were inside the ruin? I remember mentioning the name to you at least 3 or 5 times. Why don't you say she's your daughter? Due to the excitement of this grand news, Heavenly's entire face was changing color now. Still bland in her voice, Bai Yan doesn't sound so motivated in her explanation. That's because I was afraid you might get overexcited like you're doing right now. I had intended to tell you after we leave the ruins. Not like you are getting any younger, you know. It's not good to get too much stimulation at your age. Gu Lao and Butterfly did not expect Bai Yan to use this sort of a tone to speak to Heavenly. As a result, they're both staring at the Demon Queen in a weird way. Of course, the former being that of joy, since if the woman offends the monarch, then it would be equivalent to a death sentence, thus removing Guya's love rival. And the latter, well, it's obviously full of worry. Butterfly opened her mouth then and wanted to persuade Bai Yan to change her attitude. Unfortunately, it's at this exact moment that her injury had a relapse like fate destined it. The female elder found her words stuck in the throat, forcing her to only use those eyes as a pleading sign to the pipsqueak to stop this demon queen. Ling Yan naturally saw Butterfly's expression, but she did not care too much in light of this. In her view, whatever her mother does was right, that's why she had no reason to stop it. You, Heavenly huffs a long breath to gather himself before shaking his own head helplessly at that childish behavior. Only you would be so worrisome about me, thinking I will do something risky for Ling Yan's sake. I may not have raised you during your childhood, but don't think I don't know your personality and character. If Bai Yan had really told him about it in the ruins, he probably would have done something stupid and hurt himself out of impulse. By then nothing good would have come of it. So, it's the right choice to keep it a secret from himself. Wanting to give her old man a cheeky smile after that comment, Bai Yen was halfway into that when her eyes fell upon the pipsqueak's dress again. Immediately, her half-formed smile flipped upside and transformed back into that of anger. You and mother step aside first, I'll deal with this situation first. And when we go back I'll apologize for keeping things a secret from you. At this moment Gu Lao's brain was undoubtedly not working properly. All over his mind was the words heavenly used. Although I never raised you since you were a child. Raised you? What does that mean? Can't be, this woman is supposed to be growing up around the monarch. Otherwise, why else would he say something like that in an apologetic tone? Not waiting for him to understand the dilemma, Bai Yan's figure had already come before the old bastard. In his haste, Gu Lao hurriedly drew his blade upwards to meet the sword coming down at his head. Sparks flew at the metallic contact of the two swords. Wen. Stepping back several steps at the force, the old bastard found his arm going numb despite being able to repel the first strike. The strength of this woman. She's likely above that of elder butterflies. Even among the various ranks of the demi-divine lord level, which Gu Lao and Butterfly was at, there are still the strong ones and the weak ones. For example, Butterfly would be somewhere at the middle area while Gu Lao hit the higher barrier of the same level due to the drug. Right now, based on the old bastard's assumption, Bai Yan's strength should be equal to Elder Sky's, the second strongest in this domain. For that reason, his complexion had gone a little whiter as he continued to retreat under the onslaught of the Demon Queen's blade. You took a drug? He doesn't deserve to live. 6. Bai Yan narrowed her eyes in as she accessed the old bastard's condition. This old thing should have taken some sort of drug to gain this much power. He did not have this much strength before. Pity. Bai Yan smirked with frosted delight. Did you forget I'm an alchemist who cured Ji Song's illness? What? Gu Lao appeared dismayed as he looked up to that gorgeous yet frightening face. Out of reflex, the color literally drained from his own as he watched what the woman was doing next. First, Bai Yan pulled out a bottle from her storage ring and removed the cork to let a round green pill to slide out onto her palm. With a pinch, the object promptly turned to powder and drifted into the air like gas. Already ugly in the face to begin with, Gu Lao's expression grew even worse when he realized what was happening to his own body when he felt the effects. Whatever boost he had from the forbidden drug was diminishing rapidly. How is this possible? Gu Lao's heart got smashed in as the panic settled into those old eyes. Although he came ready to die today, but he did not expect that he would be killed by just anyone, let alone a woman whom he considers beneath himself. Monarch, Gu Lao hurriedly turned to Heavenly. Me and the miss went to the main world to bring you back. Out of that debt, can you help me this one time? If without me, you wouldn't have been able to return to the heavenly domain so smoothly. If Ling Yan had died then perhaps he wouldn't have the courage to ask, but that's not the case, was it? That lass was perfectly fine still, so he still has a chance. Heavenly's sight fell upon the old bastard, those eyes sharp and daggering. Before I answer you, I want you to answer me this first. Let's assume I have a daughter, how do you think I would treat her? Of course that didn't go down the old bastard's head properly since he didn't want to think in that direction. That's an easy answer, you would cherish the daughter as the ultimate treasure. Based on how much love Heavenly gave to the pipsqueak, it's obvious the monarch would also love his daughter to the bone. Spoiling such a daughter would be the least of it. That being the case, Heavenly sneered and bared his teeth. What makes you think I would help you fight my own daughter? Besides, you also harmed my granddaughter. Boom. Darkening a sunny day with that detail, Gu Lao felt his world collapsing in on himself. Perhaps if the day wasn't so tense and dire then he would perhaps connect the dots already by the first comment from Heavenly. However, his mind has already been warped, propelled into a state of radicalization. Whatever clue he was given, he's turned a deaf ear to it until now we're got a firm confirmation. So that's how it is. The monarch already married and had a child of his own. No wonder, that's why he made that face when I asked him. Slowly closing his eyes, the old bastard finally accepts his own fate knowing what lies ahead. The power boost he got had already faded so any hope was lost. Monarch, this is all my own work, it has nothing to do with the miss. She doesn't know anything. I hope you can spare her since she's not related to this. Bang! Bai Yan's sword cut down again after giving her father space to speak there. She's done with this person now that he knows why he's going to die and the reason behind it. PFFF. Spewing blood from his mouth from the blow, Gu Lao smashes into the ground in despair. Gu Lao's death. 1. I will decide upon Gu Ya's fate once I investigate her involvement. You do not get to dictate my decision. Heavenly's daggering glare now got menacing as the threatening aura seeped forward. If I find out she's the one behind all this, she will not be spared regardless of what she's done for me. Gu Lao's body shook, his old face going ghostly white as he crumbled to the floor in a paralyzed state. If Milady really did make a mistake, the monarch wouldn't let her go for sure based on his character. Yen, let me carry out his execution. Heavenly went over and pats his daughter on the shoulder, that voice no longer violent and cruel. I don't want his filthy blood dirtying your hands. Facing that gaze beside herself, Bai Yan slightly nods her head in understanding. She understood this was her father's way of trying to redeem himself. All right. Swish. The moment Heavenly raised his hand, a random longsword promptly flew into his hands from the ground. Power gushed forward from his body, causing all of the greenery and trees to sway under his might. He's a true death god right now, even the air around him was starting to distort due to the strength he released. Gu Lao's did not get to utter another word afterwards. Right when the old bastard opened his mouth, the sword had already pierced through his chest and into his heart, causing the blood to spray outwards like a fountain. Looking back at this moment, the old fanatic truly regretted his own decisions. If he had known things would turn out this way, he never would have chosen this route. It's one thing if he died alone, but it's very likely Guya would be dragged into the mess too. For that reason, he couldn't close his eyes even in death. Worst of all, that blasted pipsqueak still lives. If only I had moved a bit faster, then I would have taken her head and achieved my goal at least. Second Elder, I will remember your efforts in protecting my granddaughter. Heavenly says after pulling the blade out of the now dead perpetrator's flesh. He didn't forget the dreadful state Butterfly was in when he came out. Monarch, this is what I'm supposed to do, there's nothing to remember for. Whether it's right or not, I'll remember regardless. Caressing the little pipsqueak's hair, Heavenly's face was all smiles. As for you sweetie, you can't call me grandpapa anymore, you got to start calling me grandfather instead, understand? The pipsqueak appears all dull in her expression due to not figuring out the reasoning for that request. How did grandpapa become grandfather? And become mother's father too? You're really, my grandfather? Tilting her head, the pipsqueak still didn't quite believe it. But if he's not grandfather then why would mother be so anxious that day? She even entrusted me to the elders in order to go into the ruins to save him. As authentic as ever. Heavenly grins with those pampering eyes. And this little lass really is fated, no wonder the first time I saw her I would feel so close and want to kidnap her home. Turns out she's my actual granddaughter. Funny part was that he had intended to get Xiachen the steambun to come kidnap her home if he couldn't. Turns out they're siblings. Gu Lao's death, too, now I don't need to kidnap her and she's already mine. Haha. Just thinking of that was enough to make Heavenly laugh inside, causing him to feel elated from the feet up to his head. Ninger. Heavenly now turns his sight onto Bai Ning after collecting himself. If his tone before towards Bai Yan and Ling Yan were that of gentle loving care, then this beloved woman that was his wife would be that of pure tenderness. I'm sorry for being so late in meeting you. Bai Ning smiled, it's I who should be saying sorry. I shouldn't have forgotten you. Otherwise we wouldn't be apart for so many years. And, I've caused my own daughter to suffer so much. Lan Yu's, foster mother for Bai Yan, temperament was good so she was able to entrust her own daughter to that friend. What Bai Ning didn't expect though was Lan Yu's husband being a scumbag who would torture his own supposed daughter. Now just thinking back to her own mistake in the past was enough to make the grandmother clench her fist in frustration. This girl. It's her and Yunfeng's daughter, their essence of love. Chi, dissatisfied at being ignored for so long, the golden chicklet squeaked several times before jumping up to Bai Yan's shoulder to announce his presence. Mother, there's a little chicken. Di Ling Yen beamed with delight as she reached out with her hand in an attempt to catch the little fell. She's all sparkling in the eyes at such a cute fluff feather. Chi. There's anger in the chicklet's eye at the maltreatment. I am not a chicken, okay? I am an ancient golden phoenix. How can you compare me to a chicken? These humans, they're all so blind. Oh, I'm so frustrated. Chi. Mother, I have always been envious of Big Brother having Little Rice accompanying him. Can I have this little chicken as my companion? The chicklet nearly fell off the bonkers at the request and shrieked in protest. Out of reflex, he also wanted to jump over and peck the little rascal for treating him as a toy. However, after seeing the lovely little face of the baby girl, the golden chicken found himself unable to move. He's a male, and a male that likes pretty things at that. Since Di Ling Yen was such an adorable little girl, there's no reason he couldn't turn a blind eye to that insult. Okay, Bai Yen plucked the tiny chicklet off her shoulder and handed it over to her daughter. From now on he's your partner. Due to his small stature, the golden fluff feather fitted perfectly onto the pipsqueak's palm as she held him with both hands. It's like they're made for one another. Since you're always making that chi sound, I will name you Chi. You will be Chi from now on. Ling Yen giggled with delight as she eyed the fluff feather. Chi, disgruntled at the vulgar name, the golden chicklet protests by repeatedly squeaking. I refuse. Mother, Chi will grow older, right? Subconsciously and out of the blue, Di Ling Yen suddenly made a gulping sound. I wonder if he will taste good when he's bigger? Still protesting on 1 second, Chi abruptly stopped in the next after hearing that remark. Immediately, he shrank into a tight ball to erase his own existence. Smirking as she glanced downwards, Bai Yen found this quite amusing. He's probably not delicious. This chicken helped her, so it's only right she showed some gratitude. Sure enough, Chi sighed a breather at the help. He honestly thought for a second they might roast him for dinner. Oh, the pipsqueak makes a splendid smile in light of the disappointing answer. Chi, you don't need to be afraid. I won't eat you since you are my partner. But, if you meet my second brother Jean Tian, then he will eat you though. It doesn't matter if you don't taste good, so you need to watch out. Gu Lao's death. 3. Chi's eyes were full of horror to the point where he's ready to cry. This girl is comforting me. Or is she intimidating me? Father, Bai Yen rubs her daughter's hair before turning to Heavenly. How did you two leave the ruins? The demon queen's really starting to worry. Chi would openly wed himself if she allows Ling Yen to continue. That's why she wanted to change the topic. There was a flicker of doubt in the man's eye. I don't know what's going on either. One moment I was fighting that monster horde, the next I'm being dragged away by a strange force and out I came. Bai Ning gently pursed her lips and explained her part. I don't know the specific details either. Yen, weren't you the one who caused the ruins to disappear by doing something? Did something? Out of reflex, Bai Yen casts a glance at the shriveled up Chi. Turns out he didn't just send me out. This little guy actually made the entire ruin disappear altogether. Monarch, Butterfly seems to have recalled something and grew urgent in her voice. During this period while you were away, the other domains have invaded. Elder Sky is currently dealing with the invaders, but I fear he might not be enough. Heavenly's gaze promptly grew heavy, his voice cold and hard. How did the news of my disappearance spread to the other domains? I don't know. Butterfly hung her head in apology, those eyes ashamed for her own incompetence. When Heavenly first returned, they had vanquished the spies that might have hidden themselves in the domain. The fact that the news still leaked meant there's a traitor among their ranks. Narrowing his eyes in, the man didn't speak for a good moment before loosening them again. Ninger, Yen, Ling Yen. We're going home. We're going home. Bai Yen did not speak as her eyes fell upon Gu Lao's now lifeless corpse. There's something weird going on in the sort of face she's making, like she's thought of something. The monarch manor. The sky had grown dark as countless individuals floated above the estate while gazing down at its defenders. Your monarchs can't come, so they sent you rabbles here instead? Sharp like a sword, Elder Sky confronts the enemy with a strong presence of his own. Ha 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 ha. A roar of laughter breaks through the empty space over that comment. Your own monarch is now missing and we all know it. I advise you and the rest to surrender now in order to avoid further deaths, otherwise, do not blame us for not showing mercy. Speaking was a senior donning a flax-colored robe, his smirk contemptuous and arrogant. Going slightly pale in the face, Elder Sky forces down his inner panic. Who told you that our monarch is missing? He's merely in closed-door training. He will come out later when called upon. This may be their home ground, but the other monarchs have sent their strongest fighting force for this invasion. No matter how the battle proceeds, it's going to be ugly even if they do come out on top. Furthermore, it's extremely strange that all the other monarchs would unite together. In the past, they only attacked on their own, never as allies. Ho ho, the same senior sneered with sarcastic note, we naturally have our way of finding out the details. But from my view, Heavenly is nowhere close to being a true celestial. If he was back then, he wouldn't have simply sealed the monarchs in and left a hole for the likes of us to transverse through at will. Rush back to the monarch manor. 1. Thousands of years ago, Heavenly sealed the channels licking the domains using his own power. It's just that. Tried as he might, the man lacked the necessary strength to completely cut off the link in its entirety. Therefore, it has now set up this twisted arrangement where the strong and mighty monarchs could not travel while their weaker subordinates could at will aside from entering the main world. Now we only want to know one thing, Heavenly Flame, is he alive? The most senior foe stares down at the defenders, his voice arrogant and brazen. J.I. Sky's eyes grew heavy. Our monarch is of course alive. If that's the reason you and the rest is here, then that's enough, you can leave now. The heavenly domain does not welcome the likes of you here. Ha ha ha. The senior bursts out laughing. Gee Sky, you think we will believe that? I cannot sense an ounce of Heavenly Flame's energy signature. Since you won't tell the truth, then don't blame us for being impolite. His eyes gradually filled up with killing intent as he raised a hand to give the signal. Kill them. The order given, the battle has begun as the thunder roared and the howling cry for blood rained down at the defenders. G Sky's strength was indeed very strong to the point where his name reigned supreme even among the other faction's followers. However, that doesn't mean he's unbeatable. With no time to think, Elder Sky promptly drew his sword to meet the oncoming attackers with his fellow defenders. Do not fear, our liege may not be at the manor right now, but he's going to return sooner or later. Until then, we must defend the estate. Unlike other powers, those living in the monarch manor are relatively united. And if they aren't, well, those people had long perished during the previous invasion by the other domains. That's why the Elder Council sought Heavenly's return. They needed a powerful anchor for the fresh and surviving blood. Unaware to most defenders, there's a particular woman hiding behind the masses of black dots which comprised of the invaders. Miss Yun, this location is unsafe, we should go back. A maid accompanying the masked female spoke with crisp clear voice. Yun Roashi, old witch, coldly huffs a grunt at the nosy service maid, quit annoying me. It was not easy for me to get permission from the monarch to watch this battle. It's fine as long as I'm not back at the celestial realm or demon realm. Still hesitant, the maid didn't sound so sure, but the monarch tasked me to ensure Milady's safety. Right now I believe it's unsafe to continue watching from this distance. I implore you to leave immediately for a safer position. Is this how you're supposed to speak to your superior? Yun Roashi's expression darkened into a menacing glare due to the way she's being addressed. She's always been held in high prestige at the Celestial Palace, so this attitude insulted her ego. Know that none in the Dust Frost domain dares to speak to me in such a manner. You are nothing but a servant to the monarch, so watch your tongue. Pinning the maid with her glare, Yun Roashi was deliberating on how to punish this servant after she gets back. This vile old witch has never been one to let others go. Now, who doesn't know that I'm the most beloved woman of the monarch? The maid looked stiff despite not agreeing. Nevertheless, she bowed her head to avoid further conflict. Rush back to the monarch manor. 2. The monarch ordered you to serve me, that means you only need to follow me and do as I say. Know that any woman who goes up against me ends up miserable or in a ditch. Do you want to give it a try? Yun Roashi began to cackle like a true old witch. She's seriously falling into madness now that the restraints are off. Fortunately for this vile being, the wind around her were extremely loud, coupling with the constant yelling from the battle beneath. None were able to pick up her voice. The maid's face went as white as one would expect though. She's not happy about Yun Ruoxi's style of being pompous and rude to everyone around herself. Besides, someone that hasn't even received a proper title from the monarch doesn't deserve such fine indulgences. Yet it's quite true any female that got in the way of this old witch did find themselves in the gutters at a later fate. Yun Ruoxi saw the face the maid made there. For that, she's very pleased and grinned with baring teeth underneath that mask. That's the benefit of power. Now, I don't even need to hide my real self anymore. Like now, it's so pleasing to see the horror on their faces when I start making threats. And just you wait, Bai Yan, I have already reached a height you can never achieve. Once the Dust Frost domain attacks the main world, not even the demons can protect you anymore. Now stay quiet while I watch this show. Yun Ruoxi was done and turns her attention back to Ji Sky and the others. This war is not something one comes across easily. Perhaps there won't be a second chance in a lifetime. What a shame. I've long heard of Heavenly Flame's name from those at the Dust Frost domain. He's supposed to be a rare genius that stands at the very peak. Too bad he's too blinding and doesn't know how to hide his brilliance. Now he's offended too many and will perish at the hands of those he deems beneath himself. In this old witch's view, even if the guy remains missing for now, he's going to die sooner or later. It's just a matter of time before the monarchs of the other domains break free. By then, the new rulers would come forward and she would stand by their side as the queen of all. Beneath the sky where the main fighting ensued, Ji Sky could see several of his peers in the Elder Council was starting to wane in their ability to fight. In his urgency, the old elder cried out. Do not give up. We must hold on until the monarch returns, understand? If we fall now then only death awaits us all. Sure enough, Ji Sky's words had the added effect of revitalizing the fighting spirit of those who are ready to give up due to the fatigue and pressure. They understood that if they are going to die anyways then it's better off fighting. They are no cowards, otherwise they wouldn't have been chose to be here in the monarch manor. Before anyone knew it, the darkened sky of gloom and oppression had dispersed to reveal the bright red sunset. The scene felt like the world's been stained with human blood due to that crimson shade. For this, the scent of death hovered in the air like an indispensable fog while warriors fell from both sides. Ji Sky found his heart bleeding inside after he saw the newest causality among his fellow defenders. It was an elder like him. A good friend, and a good comrade. Now, the person was dead, laying there lifelessly with his eyes shot wide open in resentment. In a burst of rage, the mighty Elder Sky flew into a violent rampage with his sword. One strike to reap a head, a second sweep to decapacitate a foe across the waist, he became a walking death reaper on the battlefield. He wants revenge. Revenge for his fellow comrades. Behind the crowd of remaining defenders who was in charge of protecting the weak inside the manor, Guya stayed hidden behind a big oak tree as she watched the ensuing battle. She too didn't feel well as she cussed her mouth in horror at the bloodshed. How could this be? Why is this happening? It's not what I wanted to see, I only wanted to bring Elder Sky back by leaking the news. I only wanted to use them as a distraction so I can sneak away to where Heavenly is. Since that day where Elder Sky left with Bai Yan, she's been placed under house arrest pretty much. Rush back to the Monarch Manor. 3. When the foreign enemy attacked, all the people sent to watch over the Gu estate were transferred over, thus allowing herself to sneak out. In a way, she succeeded in her plan. However, she could not find Gu Lao though before departing. Out of fear for her trusted attendant's safety, Guya reluctantly came to the Monarch Manor to seek the old man. But why is this happening? Haven't all the enemies who came to attack in the past not been blocked by the elders? She thought that when Elder Sky returned from the ruins the situation would dissolve on its own, but that's not happening. Some of the elders are dead in front of her already. No. This is not what I wanted. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, I only wanted to confirm Heavenly's safety, that's why I wanted to go find him. Did you reveal the monarch's absence? A light voice from the side then that caught the guilty woman off guard. In a flash, Guya's complexion became a ghostly white as she hurried to check who's speaking. Is it you? The young girl asked again with those unfriendly eyes. Miss Ji Song, please don't talk such nonsense at a time like this. Guya's face barely made a change when she smiled in retort, how can I sell out the monarch? Guya understood full well the consequences of admitting, that's why she must never tell the truth. Ji Song did not smile or frown, only staring deeply like she could gaze into the darkest secret of this woman. If you did it, the monarch and my grandfather will not let you go for this. Despite the voice not being intimidating or threatening, those words alone were enough to make Guya freeze up. Out of reflex, she began to sweat as a gulp took hold in the throat. Miss Ji Song is too funny, I would never go behind the monarch manor to do such a thing. Ji Song didn't buy it one bit and continued to glare at her, you know better than anyone if you could do such a thing or not. Guya wanted to refute such an accusation right there and then. Unfortunately, her voice disappeared as she opened that mouth to deny because those dead bodies had come into her sight once again. With the monarch's influence. He's bound to discover the truth that I did it. If there wasn't any casualty then it's one thing, but even some of the elders are dead. He won't let me go for this even if I didn't mean to do it. Miss Ji Song, I'm only here to look for Gu Lao. Have you seen him? Guya presses down her inner panic and barely managed to smile as she asked. Ji Song didn't give a reply to that right away, instead, she slowly looked upwards at the invaders, probably dead by now. Elder 6 and Elder 7 is already dead at the hands of these evil men, he should be no different. Her little heart has been set on Guya being the perpetrator of instigating this invasion, so her mood wasn't very up. What's more, she could see the flash of panic when she called out the woman. She may not be intelligent and sharp like her elders, but she's not oblivious to those who lie. Guya's figure appeared very stiff after that comment. Pulling her lips into a frown, in that case, I will go look for him elsewhere. This matter was done at her own decision while concealing it from Gu Lao, that's why she must locate her attendant to discuss the issue because only he could protect herself. Rush back to the Monarch Manor, for, after a long stretched-out battle, Ji Sky was gradually feeling the strain on his old self after deflecting the last blow. He hasn't given up, but strong will doesn't equal to physical strength in this case. Bang! Attacking from the rear in his moment of weakness, Ji Sky did not dodge in time and took the blow bluntly. Dropping his sword, this old man could no longer carry his weapon and flew many meters off before plunging into the cold hard ground with that fall. Elder Sky. Those on the Monarch Manor's side exclaims in great fright at the sight. Grandfather. Ji Song's heart jumped, her head a blank state as she ran towards her only family member. Little Song. After spitting out blood from due to the injury, the poor grandfather only saw the painful image of his granddaughter crying and running over. For that, his old face crumbled into horror. Don't come over. Back over in the sky, the leading foe took notice and waved his men to dive down for intercept. Immediately, Ji Song was caught between several attackers with her in the middle. PFF. Ji Sky once again spewed blood from his mouth at the situation, those eyes a reckoning of red. Don't any of you touch her. Whoever dares to touch so much as a hair on her will have their soul crushed under my fist. I will take you all to hell with me if I must. The enemy leader did not seem to hear the threat though and instead reached down to bring the child into a choking hold with his hand. Ji Song. All of the elders are very much frantic now as they attempted to break through the blockade for a rescue. Sadly, the enemy forces were many and they too little to resist. In retrospect, Ji Song didn't appear frightened in the slightest despite being in such a predicament. You let her go, let go of my granddaughter. Pulling himself up, Ji Sky wanted to run over to be blocked by countless swords from the front. Old man, your granddaughter is in our hands now. If you tell us where Heavenly Flame is then we'll let your granddaughter go, how about that? Saying this was a woman dressed in blue, her sarcastic eyes fell upon Ji Sky when saying that. They'd been stalking the Monarch Manor for several days already, and the reason they didn't attack earlier was because they wanted more information regarding Heavenly's existence. If the guy was around, he would have come out by now. And as they all see, clearly the guy was either in great danger or seriously injured. Regardless, it's the time to press their advantage. Furthermore, imagine they managed to capture the infamous heavenly flame alive. That would be a merit worthy of going into the history books. My grandfather won't ever tell you anything. Ji Song coldly met the blue-dressed woman, her head held high in proud proclamation. He is absolutely loyal to the monarch. Even if you kill me, he won't say a thing. Is that right? The woman slowly strolled forward and grabbed over Ji Song from the guy. With slight flecks of her slender finger, a huge pinch of red promptly shone through the child's cheek after the act. Who doesn't know Elder Sky of the heavenly domain is extremely fond of his own granddaughter? I like to see if you are more important today or that heavenly flame is more important. Rush back to the Monarch Manor. 5. The woman in blue doesn't believe that this old guy would let his granddaughter die like this, hence the confidence her speech. Ji Song. Ji Sky's voice sounded a heart-wrenching battle cry as he crushed the blades into dust with his bare hands. All of you get out of my way. His momentum exploded, and those close to him stumbled backwards due to the effect. However, they soon stabilized their pace and again surrounded the old grandfather in the middle. Grandfather, Ji Song swings her gaze over and spoke with a cool, calm voice. I am not afraid of anything, so you do not have to worry about me. You have to remember that you are the first elder of the heavenly domain. Some things are more important than me. Aching in the heart over his granddaughter's maturity, Ji Sky spews another mouthful of blood as his momentum deflated. I told you all to let go of my granddaughter. Are you deaf? What skill do you bastards have in harming a child? If you got the balls, then come at me instead. Song, she's just a child. And my only concern in the world. But betraying the monarch is not possible, even if I don't know if he's able to get out of the ruins, that doesn't matter. What's more, next to the ruins, there is still Ling Yan waiting for her mother. How can I ever put that little one in danger after her mother entrusted that child to me? But if I don't say anything, then Song is bound to lose her life. Do I really have to let me one and only granddaughter die? Ji Sky slowly closed those pained eyes, his mind returning back to the picture of how Heavenly single-handedly paid the price of sealing off the domains due to that righteous determination. Then after that scene, another image appeared with Bai Yan entering the ruins with the same type of determination. Gradually, the old elder shot open eyes again. With the hesitation gone, he returns his sight upon the young girl with the loving gaze of a grandfather. Little Song, are you really not afraid of anything? Ji Song's sight fixes onto her grandfather with the same type of determination in those memories. I am not afraid. As long as we're together, then I fear nothing. Ha ha ha. Ji Sky breaks out into a hysterical laugh at that. He continued this until tears gradually flowed out of those old eyes. How can I turn my back on the Monarch Manor when your parents died for the heavenly domain? My little Song, I promise you, afterwards I will definitely get revenge on these people for you. Then I will accompany you to the afterlife so we can all be a family again. The other elders all stared at their leader with surprise. No one knows better than they do regarding the level of love Ji Sky had for this child. She's his life. Without this granddaughter, he would be without a purpose. By then, what other reason does he have to live? Grandfather, Ji Song softly formed a smile as her eyes beamed with pride. You are my hero. In comparison to saving a granddaughter, giving one up requires even more courage. Rush back to the Monarch Manor. 6. This way, the monarch would not die once he returns, and her grandfather wouldn't become a sinner. He would have succeeded in preserving his values and his name. The woman in blue had a slight change in her expression after that. Flexing her muscle as she pinched the child's hand, everyone could hear the sound of brittle bones snapping. In light of the excruciating pain though, Ji Song didn't dare utter a single cry. She's afraid her voice would make her grandfather regret and change his decision. Ji Sky, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't say where Heavenly Flame is, then I'll strangle your granddaughter. The vile woman's eyes were cold and sinister as a snake. Song. Ji Sky issued a despairing roar. Grabbing the nearest weapon he could find, the old grandfather slashed into the air with an arc at anyone who blocked his path, come after me if you want to kill me, don't touch my granddaughter. The other elders shared a glance with each and got a mutual understanding to enter the fray again. They want to break through the layers of obstacles to come to Ji Song's aid, otherwise, it would be too late afterwards. Ji Song's breathing has grown increasingly more difficult as she choked under that grip. Knowing her end was near, the child wanted to give one last look at her grandfather before dying. Just another look. Tears flowed from the corner of the girl's eyes at that thought. There's so much yearning and sadness in there that it's heartbreaking. Despite showing no fear earlier, she's just a child after all. How could she really not be afraid of death? No. Ji Sky desperately rushed towards his granddaughter's location, but there's simply too many foes ahead blockading his route. At this moment, he could feel his heart shattering into a million pieces after he noticed the speck of blood slowly dripping out of the child's mouth. It's the obvious sign she's going to give in at any second. Song. Deafening in his cry, the old man also starts spewing blood from his throat at the hopeless situation. The enemy saw this opening and most definitely took advantage of this. In their haste, they shot forward and pierced countless swords into the old elder's body. Song wanted to plead for her grandfather to stop after that. Sadly, her mouth could not find a voice as the last light slowly drifted away from those eyes at this despairing scene. This time, she reckons she won't be able to escape. Grandfather will die too. But she wants Grandpa to live well, the monarch can't be without grandfather. Ji Song gently closed her eyes in regretful resentment at these invaders. Now, the woman in blue only needs to give one tiny tug to end her life due to how weak she has become. And sure enough, that grip gradually began to tighten around the neck since the woman in blue figured this child was no longer of use. Stop, you stop this right now. Fifth elder and the others also roared in absolute anger. Come after us instead, don't hurt an innocent child. Song is only 10 years old, do you not have any consciousness? Child? Back over in the sky, the flax-colored robed senior who's in charge of this invasion force sneered with delight. You are mistaken about something here. Regardless of you being a child or a old senile, you're all going to die. Everyone in the heavenly domain will die today. Rush back to the monarch manor. 7, do it. Pulling his sight back, the flax-robed senior coldly commands. Smirking as well over the approval, the woman in blue did not hold back anymore and attempts to finish off her hostage with a snap of her thumb on the child's neck. Boom! However, it's at this crucial moment that a light sword suddenly cuts down from the heavens and lopped the female villain in two. This attack proceeded to slice through the hearth beneath as well, thus creating a long chasm through the earth. Already unconscious due to the lack of air, Ji Song began to crash down towards the ground from midair. Thankfully a hand had caught her little body part way, otherwise she would most certainly make a huge splat at the impact with her frail health. Ji Sky's eyes shrank in realization at this sudden interjection. Having his heart jump out, this old grandfather would never forget that dazzling face of the woman whom he misunderstood. He feared for the worst during this entire battle, but now all he felt was ecstasy of joy. She's back, does that mean the monarch is back too? Thinking up to here, Elder Sky and the rest of the monarch manor's defenders were looking around with excitement until they locked onto a certain figure in the sky. It's true. Monarch, the monarch is back, he's really back. At this very moment, the elders are full of joy on their faces as a warm current surged from within their once despairing heart. As long as the monarch is here, none of the people who came today can leave. We will avenge our comrades on the battlefield. Bai Yan did not pay attention to these people in light of the messy scene. Rather, she's preoccupied with feeding a medicine to her little friend whom she caught. Cool to the touch, Ji Song's eyelash flutters as she slowly regained consciousness. Murmuring in the voice, Mrs. D, not uttering a word in light of her own innards churning with anger at what has transpired, Bai Yan hands the patient over to her own mother Bai Ning. Mother, help me look after her and Ling Yan. I need to deal with this first. Okay. The grandfather happily nodded. She has no doubt her proud daughter could deal with these fools. What's more, there's also her husband Yun Feng here. There's no way her man would let their daughter get hurt. Go mother. Di Ling Yen gleefully shouts in support. She could already see these poor people crying for mercy. Isn't living a good thing? Why do these people always like to go up against mother? Heavenly Flame. The most senior leader of the invasion force bypassed Bai Yan's figure with his sight and locked onto the man behind her. Instantly, his breath stopped in tense agitation. Didn't that person send news that Heavenly Flame is missing? Why is he back now? I only want to know who told you lot about my disappearance. Heavenly coldly demands, it's a secret that is only known to those within my estate, monarch. Ji Song pants and coughs as she spoke with those weak frail voice. I probably know who it is. Who? He swings around to ask the child. Rush back to the monarch manor. 8, it should be Guya. Speaking of the name, Ji Song's found her body emptying out as the sweat poured out of the forehead. Guya. These two words smashed into everyone's heart like a hammer. Fortunately for the woman herself, Guya had snuck away earlier. Otherwise, she would most certainly faint away due to the fright of being exposed. Song, Ji Sky had just come back to his senses after hearing the name. Going pale, this old grandfather hurriedly spoke, you are absolutely certain? Guya was known to love the monarch, so they never did anything about her obsession before. Now it's become known she's the one responsible for this tragedy. Without question, it's shocking to the defenders. I bumped into Guya when I was coming over. She was sneaking around and watching in the back. I found her behavior very strange, so I got suspicious and asked her if she's the one who leaked the news of the monarch's disappearance. She got very nervous and frantic when I did, that's why I believes it's her. Ji Song then shifts her sight upon Heavenly, that voice weak but clear, monarch, you need to investigate this. I do not know the specifics and can only provide this much information. Sure enough, the man's gaze narrowed into a dangerous slit. No one knows how much anger he has in his heart. Because of Guya, the victims of today's battle are numerous. And because of that woman. Ji Sky and his granddaughter were also nearly killed. Such a crime cannot go unanswered. If true, he would never let her go. I understand, I will send others to investigate this matter. If it's proven true that she's responsible, I will have her pay for everything. The death of the brothers and sisters of the monarch manor will not be in vain. Heavenly's voice was firm and without question. Now, I must deal with these bastards from the other domains first, then I will handle the internal affairs. No matter who it is, if they had a hand in leaking the detail of my disappearance, they too will die like these attackers. The hearts of the elders were also in full swing. Compared with Guya, they are more likely to believe in the words of Ji Song, whom they watched grow from a baby. Sure, they don't have the exact evidence yet, but that's not an issue once the battle here clears up. If that woman was responsible, there's going to be a trail to follow. You don't need to get your hands dirty, I alone am enough to deal with this lot. Bai Yan cuts in then and slowly presented herself before the enemy army with that contemptible smirk. She still has a bone to pick with these people from the other domains. Bai Yan hasn't forgotten it was they who attacked the demon realm and caused state teacher's death, so murdering them as payback was the least she could do as an interest before the main show. Yen Yen? Heavenly sounded surprised by the way his daughter acted. If he's not wrong, there's an intense murderous aura coming off of Bai Yan's body. Can't be, they provoked her in some way that I'm not aware of? Father, before I came to the heavenly domain, the demon realm was attacked by people like them. In order to eradicate those assailants, my husband could not accompany me here. If my guess is not wrong, those who attacked that day are hailing from the same domain as this bunch. Father? Elder Sky looked up in shock, his face in disbelief at the two speaking bodies. Did I just hear it wrong? Mrs. D called the monarch father? The demon realm? Not letting Elder Sky ask the question, the leading senior of the invading force spoke first. Demon realm? You're the queen of the demons? The queen of the demon realm, she's Heavenly's daughter? This is not good for the rest of the domains. Rush back to the monarch manor. 9, yes, I'm the queen of the demon realm, and likewise, I'm Heavenly's daughter. Bai Yan's faint smile gradually turned cold and menacing, spreading her killing intent across the battlefield and stirring up a cyclone around the air. Ji Sky's expression changed instantly over that confirmation. Looking back and forth between the parent and child, this most senior member of the elders wanted to say something only to discover he's lost his voice. This was especially true when he saw Bai Ning to the sky, causing that shock to magnify by several folds. This girl is the monarch's daughter. In other words, her mother is the monarch's wife? And what did I do before? I harmed the monarch's wife by mistake. This time I won't be forgiven for sure, nothing will be able to atone for that sin. The night has become increasingly more intense by this point, thus shrouding Yun Roashi's presence behind the main invasion force. This old witch was currently clenching her fist until the nails had pierced into her palm due to jealousy. Why? Why is Bai Yan appearing here of all places, and how did she become Heavenly's daughter? I had to go through great lengths before becoming the mistress of the Dust Frost domain, yet she gets everything without lifting a finger. Why is it always her? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Miss Roashi. The maid turned her head and saw the blazing glare coming off of the old witch then. By following the line of sight, she too took notice to Bai Yan's existence and began to have thoughts. It seems that Miss Roashi and that woman have some sort of deep grudge between them. Let's go. Yun Roashi orders with a low whisper due to her fear of Bai Yan taking notice to themselves. The maid sneered but her face remained unchanging. Miss Roashi, don't you want to continue watching this show? No, if we stay any longer then we won't be leaving at all. If Bai Yan finds out I'm here, she will chase me to the end of this world. I need to sneak away before it's too late. Besides, it's never too late for me to exact my revenge. She will pay for her crime against me in due time. Giving one last look at the center of this battlefield, Yun Roashi doesn't linger and disappeared into the night. If it was Heavenly who said this then it would cause a panic, but you think you can kill us based on your strength alone? The old man knew that he could not escape today so he doesn't flee. But what he didn't expect though was the man's own daughter coming forward for a fight. In that case, he might as well drag this woman down with him to act as a cushion. Bai Yan ignored that statement though by drawing her Godslayer. Whether or not I have the skill isn't for you to decide. Once you try it then you will know. She doesn't need to use too much power for anyone with this ancient artifact in hand. Anyone under the Divine Lord level of a monarch stands no chance. Boom! The sword slashed down from above after she raised it, causing a huge rift in the air like she's slashing through a mountain itself. The sonic boom alone from the force had deafened the surroundings and some of those too late to dodge were instantly turned to mush by the power alone. Ashamed Ji Sky, forget about the enemies here today, even the defenders of the manor were stunned by this display of sheer brute force. Out of fear, they had taken steps back in order to avoid being caught up in the mess. Now, do you believe I have the strength? The corners of Bai Yan's lips gradually stirred up a smirk in contempt of the old man who questioned her ability. You're also half a step into the Divine Lord level? The leader clenched his fist in frustration as it trembled in uncertainty over his own resolve. The reason why Gu Lao was considered strong was because he had half a foot into the realm of being a monarch, and this woman, she's obviously stronger than Gu Lao. How in the world did Heavenly's daughter that came out of nowhere have such an incredible ability? Feeling his heart drop into a chill over this truth, the leader of the invasion force dreaded for what the future holds in regards to the other domains. They came to deal with the forces of the heavenly domain because they believe these defenders are at their weakest. Turns out that's a lie and that they are at a new whole level. But running away was too late even if the old senior wanted to by this point. Why was that? Because Bai Yan had already appeared behind his back with the Godslayer and slashed down. Fortunately for this old man, he managed to react in time and used his own blade to deflect the first strike. Of course, he still suffered incredible damage from the impact and got blown away several meters due to the sheer force. And as if that wasn't enough, Bai Yan quickly followed up with a second strike with her leg. It hit him and hit him hard in the stomach, causing him to gasp as the air left him. Shooting out like an arrow, the old man found himself unable to speak when he wanted to plead for mercy after a series of incessant coughs. In his horrified state, he looked up to discover the one gazing down at himself was not the demon queen, but none other than Heavenly himself, the master of this domain, who showed no emotions in those eyes. Heavenly, you don't need to live anymore. Boom. Without so much as a chance, Heavenly pressed down with his hand against the senior's head and crushed his brains out with an energy grip. Retracting his hand after flinging off the whitish brain materials from his palm, Heavenly turns back to his daughter with a guilty smile. Yen, you wouldn't be angry that I killed this guy, right? He came up to me first, it's not my fault. I couldn't resist, so. Bai Yen simply stood there and smiled at her father. Then turning to the others present with her dominating gaze, I presume the rest of the invaders can be dealt with by the elders? Just now that sword strike from above not only killed off a good chunk of the invasion force, she also wiped out the strongest of them. That meant the only ones remaining are the small fries with the occasional stronger ones. However, they are nowhere close to their leader whom Bai Yen just killed. Yen. Bai Ning happily came up to her daughter's side and grasped onto those hands. When did you reach the peak stage of the demi-divine lord level? Not too long ago, Bai Yen shrugged, it's during the time I spent inside the ruins. I touched upon the threshold of the divine lord level and is only a step away from breaking through to it. That was to say, aside from an actual monarch, there are no others stronger than herself. Perhaps Ji Sky might be a match in some areas, but in terms of sheer brute strength, the old grandpa definitely didn't hold a fiddle to the demon queen who controlled the Godslayer. Ji Sky felt ashamed and didn't dare to meet Bai Yan's line of sight after she said that. Though the woman referred to the elders handling the cleanup, but those in the know already figured out she's actually pointing to Elder Sky. Sinner, 1, Monarch. A sound of joy came from the front then that caused everyone to look over to the source. Heavenly wrinkled his brow as he did so because he recognized that voice. Sure enough, it's a familiar face of a woman whom he didn't like that caused him to make an annoyed face. Guya did not notice the strange atmosphere around that has gotten very cold and continued to show excitement in those eyes. Just now. She was going out to look for Gu Lao but stopped after she got wind of the monarch's return. Without caring for anything else, she hurried back and thus created this scene. Tender and graceful in her face, Monarch, I'm so glad you are safe. Heavenly's sight locked onto Guya, but instead of returning that warmth with his own, he only had cold sharpness. Going rigid at that intense glare, Guya did not know how to read this, Monarch. Why are you looking at me with such eyes? She has known the man for many years. Strong, handsome, and at the same time indifferent to those close to himself. However, she's never been the subject of such glares before. It's making her heart quiver due to the unknown. Guya, you know better than anyone on what you've done, why do you need me to remind you? Heavenly spoke with such indifference that it hurts the recipient like he's cutting her soul with a blade. What do you mean by that, Monarch? Guya's complexion got ghostly white, her lips a thin line. Everything I've done is for your sake and only for you. I would never think of being a burden for you. In her mind, the invaders are of no consequence as long as Heavenly returns, thus removing her of any sin she's committed. Heavenly did not comment on that, only examining the woman like a judge. I will give you one last chance to admit your crimes. Guya's face didn't simply look white anymore, she's downright green at the inner panic. Forcing that swelling emotion down, she attempts to change the subject and away from her crime of leaking the news out. Are you referring to the matter of Mrs. D? It must be because of Ling Yan. Heavenly loves the child so much, he must be upset I tried to expose the girl's mother for being a vile and scheming villain. Yes, that must be it. That idea in mind, Guya's gaze quickly swept over Bai Yen and Bai Ning's body and grew sour inside. She's very jealous of those two for being able to stand beside her absolute love while she could only watch from afar. Really? Like daughter like mother, both of them are vixens who only knows how to trick their way into a man's bed. Ling Yan needs to get away from such a mother and grandmother lest she be taught wrong. I will see to it that she get a proper education when I'm in charge. Monarch, I know you are referring to Mrs. D treating of Ji Song. As for what Ji Song said before, Guya did not take it to heart. First of all, Ji Song has no evidence, only speculation and guesswork that it's related to herself. With only that, there's no way that child would bring it to the forefront. Moreover, the monarch wasn't stupid in this lady's mind. Why should Heavenly believe a child's word, right? Sinner, too, Heavenly frowns and turned to the surviving elders. Yen cured Song's illness? This matter, why didn't anyone mention to me? Guya saw that Heavenly did not respond to herself and grew a bit more panicky. I accidentally overheard Ji Song and Miss Ling Yan's conversation. That's how I knew about their plan to have Mrs. D treat Song's condition. It's a huge risk and that caused me to worry exponentially. So, I went to the elders. Who could have thought she would really cure Song? Ji Song also felt quite nervous at the attention being on herself. Biting her lips, she worriedly watched the man for his judgment. That day her grandfather harmed the monarch's wife, that's a fact. Whether it's for an understandable reason or not, it's of no matter. Someone must be made accountable for the crime. Heavenly didn't want to spend another moment on Guya and turned over to Ji Sky instead. Calm in his cold voice, what exactly happened? Speak. Shaking all over at the holler, the old grandfather showed intense regret and guilt on that face. Let's ignore the fact that Bai Ning was the monarch's wife. If he had known Bai Yan really had the ability to cure his granddaughter, Ji Sky never would have done what he did. Pity. Panic got the better of his head and he had done something unforgivable. Monarch, it was Guya who came here that day to find me, she told me. He subconsciously glanced towards Bai Yan. Mrs. D wanted to become the mistress of the monarch manor. That's why she risked Song's health by attempting the procedure. She also told me Mrs. D doesn't have the ability and is putting my granddaughter at risk, so The surrounding air was getting colder and colder until the oppressive air made it difficult to breathe around the old man. Monarch, you also know that Song's condition is very serious and that any careless treatment would cause her to lose her life. I won't speak on Mrs. D's medical ability, but as a grandfather, how could I let a stranger treat my only family member? I fear she would have really died that day. Ji Sky hung his head in shame, those eyes full of sadness. So, I summoned everyone to stop Mrs. D. Heavenly stayed quiet after hearing the details, but the violent surge of air coming off around his body made the whole area dangerously hair-raising. So that's it. In my own house, my daughter was subjected to such maltreatment. Instead of treating her with respect and absolute loyalty, they saw her as a criminal and a liar. What qualifications do they have to question her intent? How much more harm will everyone cause my sweet child until they are satisfied? Bai Ning's expression got all icy, her sight landing on the elder. My daughter don't need to be no mistress. If there's anything she wants, she will get directly from your monarch. If I had known about your suspicions and misdeeds, would never have allowed my daughter to save your people. Guya shot up her face in shock at the very speaking woman. What does this woman mean? Is that how she exposes her own greed? How dare she dismiss the position of being the mistress of this estate? Is she not afraid of being kicked out by the monarch? Moreover, these elders would never allow such a greedy person enter the monarch manor. However, only silence hung in the air, not one person willing to default on Bai Ning's claim. They are already aware of Bai Ning's status based on Bai Yan's identity. Based on their liege's personality, forget about a simple request, the man would even pluck the moon for this daughter of his if she requests. Sinner, 3, but Guya on the other hand doesn't know anything. Hence her inability to grasp why someone who schemes to get into the man's bed would openly expose her own character. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of pushing the monarch away by shooting her own foot? Afterwards, Heavenly acted like he didn't see Guya's shocked gaze and continued to ask. Ji Sky's heart quivered. I injured the madam. If your monarchness wishes to punish me, then I fully accept my fault. I only ask that I not be casted away and driven out of the monarch manor. The frown on Heavenly's face grew deeper and deeper until his brain seemingly exploded over that statement. He hurt my wife Ninger? The woman I loved for most of my life, she got hurt by the hands of my own men? Tightly clenching his fist, the man's energy surged and wrapped around the hand as he shot it over to Ji Sky's chest. No one stopped the monarch there, nor did they plead for the elder's case. He's got to take this punch. Whether it was for his impulses of that day, or for him hurting the monarch's wife, he must take this in order to repent. And if he didn't endure this punch, well, the consequences may be the expulsion from the monarch manor. Being driven out was far worse than taking a hit. That proves G Sky wouldn't be driven out already and be forced to leave. Do you believe you should suffer this punch? Heavenly's voice sounded harsh and serious as he lashed out. Climbing up from the ground, Elder Sky wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. I deserve this. I want you to remember that no one is to be believed without evidence. Such a mistake will not be tolerated again. Regardless of what they say, a judgment must be made only after a proper investigation. Out of Song's case and the fact that you did out of worry for her, plus your long years of service to the monarch manor, I will overlook this one time. If there's a second, I won't show the same mercy. If it hadn't been for Di Ling Yen tugging at his sleeve next to himself, plus Song's pleading gaze, maybe this punch wouldn't have been so light. But since he had no intention of evicting the elder, G Sky had to bear the punch for the reason of hurting his beloved wife. Yes, G Sky sighed a breath of relief as he knelt in respect. Thank you, monarch. That punch was indeed not very heavy, only causing the senior a few minor injuries on the organ. A mere healing pill would suffice. The corners of Guya's mouth were a little stiff then. She didn't miss the part where G Sky called Bai Ning the madam of the manor. When did this woman become the mistress of the monarch manor? In just a few months, and the monarch already accepted her? Monarch. Guya panicked, causing her elegant face to turn colorless. You really want this woman as your wife? Do you know who she is? Know her past? And she's a married woman, how can she be fit for the position of being the mistress of the monarch manor? Heavenly's attention slowly receded from Elder Sky's figure and shifted over to Guya after that outcry. Elders, you have all heard it for yourself on this woman's ambition. She and her daughter are both coming with ill intent, do you not see that? The two of them intends to share a single husband. Would that arrangement turn the entire monarch manor upside down? By this point Heavenly's gaze wasn't that of indifference anymore, it's that of a storm ready to blow. Sinner, for, none of the elders responded to Guya then. It's just that their original look had transformed into sympathy at this stage. Outrageous. Boom. Guya felt a blow to the chest at that word, causing her figure to shoot out into the crowd and become a sorry mess. All tearful as she looks up at the man of her life, monarch. I desire nothing in this life. I merely want to follow by your side. Heavenly sneered over that plea, his voice intense and piercing like a sword. You said Yen Yen wants to become the mistress of the monarch manor? Where and how did you hear such a thing? Guya's heart became uneasy over the cold gaze coming down at herself, but the woman also knew this was her only opportunity to turn this around. Otherwise, the one to die would be herself today. That's because I overheard Mrs. D speaking with Ling Yen in secret one day. She said that only by becoming your woman can she become the ruling mistress of the monarch manor. I've followed you for so many years. Do you not trust my character? Everything I do is for yours and the monarch manor's sake. Growing red in the eye like she's about to cry, the level of grievance would make one believe she's suffered great harm to the soul by the mere accusation. Heavenly growled a laugh in retort. I ordered you to confess to Song's accusation and nothing else. However, it surprises me that I could hear so much more directly from your mouth. Guya's expression instantly froze into a popsicle. What? Song actually accused me of those speculations? That's merely her guess. How dare she tell a story without evidence? Do you know what her identity is in the first place? Heavenly points to Bai Yen, his voice a frosty note. What? Guya appears lost and confused. Smirking at the reaction, the man continues, I presume you know the level of strength in the world I lived in before coming back here. She is from that world. Crawling up from the very bottom, she never once relied on anyone to reach this stage of her life. Guya's face became more and more ugly, not cluing in on why he's telling her this. However, the detail about Bai Yen hailing from the leading world did bring unease to her heart. Why is this woman from the same world as the monarch? Can it be? They're related in some way? You said she wants to become a phoenix by using the opposite sex to her advantage? I'll tell you now that even a phoenix must bow before her. So why would she need to become one when she's so much superior? Bai Yan didn't interrupt this and stood quietly to one side. From the very beginning, the Demon Queen had known this Guya had motives towards the owner of this domain. It's just that before, she didn't realize Heavenly was Yunfeng himself. But now that she knows, there's no way Bai Yan would ignore the fact that a third party wants to steal her father from right under her mother's nose. Ha! Ji Sky suddenly snickered a laugh from his spot after that last comment. This old elder actually found the outcome to be just deserved for Guya. After all, her behavior cost the Monarch Manor many lives today, some being Ji Sky's own brothers and close friends on the Elder Council. There's no way his heart wouldn't be angry. And then there's that incident with his granddaughter Song. If it wasn't for Bai Ning stopping him, he might have confronted Bai Yan during the vital procedure. By then, the girl wouldn't be cured, and he might have done something far worse that night in which he would regret for the rest of his old life. Sinner. 5. Miss Guya. Mrs. D may be young at 20 years old, but she's already gotten her foot into the Divine Lord's level. The same as the monarch, so even I may not be her opponent if we fight. Why would she need others to climb higher if that's the case? Ji Sky's laughter was full of sarcasm. At the same time, it also hit the woman's heart like a stick, causing that soul to tremble in shock. Elder Sky is not the woman's opponent. Her strength. Is that powerful? Today, I will again announce. The man coldly and sternly scans his surrounding to make sure they're all focused on his words. The ones in control of the Monarch Manor after me is my wife Bai Ning, followed by my biological daughter Bai Yan. She is also the young miss of my home. Therefore, whoever goes up against them will be immediately expelled from the estate and never permitted to return. My biological daughter, Bai Yan, is also the young miss of the Monarch Manor real daughter? A thunder streak promptly blew across Guya's mind, blasting her head to oblivion. She looked up in dismay, those eyes horrid at what this indicated. A real daughter? This woman is his daughter, that is to say, the monarch has long since married and has a wife and child? Quivering as she closed her eyes, the woman could sense this was the end of her love, for no woman could endure this level of humiliation. Not even her. She's in love with Heavenly, but she hasn't fallen so low to demand a spot after being rejected in this manner. What's more, if she had known her patience in waiting for thousands of years would end in futility, then perhaps her choice wouldn't be like this and endure so much hurt. Why? Why is this happening? Tears began to roll down the cheeks of this fragile woman, thus blurring her vision. Heavenly, you are not the type to easily take a wife. You always kept everyone at a distance. Not caring for that remark, the man went ahead to wrap his hands around Bai Ning's shoulder. Then, smiling brilliantly instead of his usual cold version, that is because I didn't meet the right person yet, and my behavior was for awaiting her arrival. If my previous life did leave behind a wife and child, then how would I be able to have her in this life? For him, it has always been a matter of wanting or not. If he hadn't met the right one yet, then why should he lower his standard for an inferior person? Such an affectionate confession stung Guya's heart, causing those tears to pour out like a waterfall. She's laughing hysterically like she's lost it. Thousands of years in waiting to earn this farce upon myself. I am such a fool. He even has a granddaughter now, and I was blind to all of it. Where is Gulao? She numbly asks this from out of the blue. She doesn't want to stay here anymore as that love has been crushed into dust. I couldn't find him anywhere. He's dead. The two words from Heavenly shattered the last bit of delusion inside the woman. Trembling all over as she stumbled backward in disbelief, "You're deceiving me. How could Gulao have died? He only left for a bit to conduct some business. Why would he die? It's not like he went out to do something terrible." Sinner. 6. Heavenly's voice turned chilling when explaining. He went to kill my granddaughter. So do you believe he should die or not? Ji Sky shot his head up in shock regarding that statement. He's exceptionally flustered upon locking onto the tiny milk bun at the center of this family. Gulao wanted to hurt Miss Ling Yan after I left? That guy. How dare he do such a thing? The little young miss is merely a child, how can he bear to harm a baby? That's not all. Elder Butterfly cuts in with a grin, that old thing somehow got his hands on a drug that strengthened his powers to the limit. Even I wasn't his opponent when he nearly murdered the little young miss. If it weren't for the miss returning in the nick of time, perhaps Miss Ling Yen and I would have died back there together. Such a bastard doesn't deserve to live. Doesn't deserve to live? The crowd fell into stunned shock. Does that old thing believe he's a true celestial or something? Even a true celestial wouldn't arbitrarily determine a person's worth of living. So, what right does someone like that have in determining a child's fate? Guya's face was white as a ghost with a panic-stricken look in those eyes. What did you say? I don't believe this, and I refuse to believe that Gu Lao went to make trouble for Ling Yen. I specifically told him not to harm her, so why would he do such a thing? Guya's heart ached uncontrollably. For thousands of years, she has been without family. Yet, it was Gu Lao who kept her company through thick and thin. Losing such an essential member in her life felt like someone ripped a part of her soul away. It's all my fault. Guya tightly clasped her head in agony as the sobbing tears caused her voice to be an incoherent mess. All my fault, Gu Lai died because of me. I caused his death. I hurt the people closest to me. Ooh. At last, she bursts out crying for all to hear until the whole battlefield could listen to this noise. Unfazed by this scene, Heavenly's gaze remains cold and harsh towards this woman. If you're done crying, then answer my question. Are you the one who leaked the news of my disappearance? Almost instantaneously, Guya's mourning cry stuttered for a brief second and transformed into a fluster. She may be grieving, but she also knew that admitting to this situation would cause her to face a fate worse than death. Pursing her lips as she responded, I admit I framed Mrs. D, but I didn't betray everyone. Monarch, if you are angry with me then you can kill me, but I won't admit such a crime that I didn't do. This battle has caused too many losses towards the Monarch Manor. Clearly, it's you. Ji Song tightly clenched her, you're the one who leaked the news. I can tell from the first time I asked you this question. The panic you showed back then was too obvious. Guya quivered, what evidence do you have that I did it? Song became speechless for a moment. That's right, she's able to determine it's Guya but had no evidence. Without proof, it's the same as making a fruitless accusation. Monarch, the former morbid child turns to Heavenly, her eyes solid and persuasive, although I don't have evidence but I am certain it's her. Guya continues to force herself to be calm because she knows that's the key to her survival. Any panic would be seen through and thus exposing herself. The monarch himself said so that one needs evidence. Without evidence, it can't prove I did it. Sinner, 7, evidence. Suddenly, a soft chuckle broke through the air and into everyone's ear. Guya hurriedly looked up towards the night and focused on the source. With her rosy red dress whistling against the wind, Baiyan's smirking grin doesn't go unnoticed. My father does indeed do things by the evidence, but too bad. I never go by the evidence. If I say you did it, then you are guilty. Who dares to tell me otherwise? Guya popped her eyes out in disbelief. She's never met such a bold person before, so out of reflex, she turned to Heavenly for help. Monarch, I have always loved this daughter the most. Whatever she desires is what she will get. Shrugging his shoulder, Heavenly makes a face of a helpless father that overly dotes on his child. This was a total 180 to his usual demeanor. Grinning deviously, Bai Yen slowly encroaches upon Guya like a judge. Guya, you think you can hide your guilt from me because you won't admit it? I am confident in Song's honesty and that this child won't lie. Also, I am a person of my word. So if you tell me the truth then I will give you a painless death. Guya choked, seemingly trying to think of a proper way out of this situation. Sure enough, this woman once again turned towards Heavenly for help. Yet the man didn't bother to return her pleading gaze like she's a dead person already. Stung inside over how little she meant to this man, she closed her eyes and submitted to fate. Yes, it was my doing. Silent tears gradually rolled down those cheeks, I did it out of fear for the monarch's safety. I wanted to go look for you in the ruins, but the elders placed me under house arrest inside my Gu manor. That's why I came up with the plan of making diversion so I can come out. I was merely doing it for his sake. I never intended to make things spiral out of control. Monarch, what came afterward was never my intent. I honestly believed Elder Sky would be able to cope with anything that came. I never intended for 6th Elder and 7th Elder to die. Crumbling to the ground as she wept, Guya finally let loose the guilt that's within herself. 6th Elder and 7th Elder treated me well, how can I ever bear to harm them? I didn't mean for any of this. 3rd Elder, you exploded at that last comment, not intentional? Do you think a single word like not intentional can erase your crime? Do you know what you've done? The damage you've done? Your selfishness killed them and everyone today. Elder Butterfly didn't yell like her peer but pursed her lips in anger as well. Since her return, she's seen the corpses of her fellow peers on the ground after their demise. They may not be the closest of the bunch, but they've worked together for many years. There's no way her mood wouldn't be affected. This was especially true when the reasoning behind their death came under the reason of a selfish woman only out to think for herself. Guya, I originally thought you were a girl with a conscience, but an animal had apparently devoured your consciousness. Your actions are an utter betrayal to the Monarch Manor. I can't wait to break your body to avenge 6th and 7th Elder. Kill this woman and avenge the 2 deceased elders. And this time, if not the monarch's return in the nick of time, our entire force would have been decimated. Miss Ji Song would have also lost her life. All this is because of Guya's betray. I request she be hanged for her crimes. Several of the defenders cried in outrage. Guya's doomsday, 1, criminal. Guya looked blankly around the clamoring around who wants to see her hung. She's confused by their vigor. How could I be a criminal? I merely wanted to find the monarch at the ruins. I never intended to kill the elders. It's not my intention. Why do all these people want to destroy me? I am not wrong. I don't deserve this. Monarch, we must avenge our dead brothers and sisters. Elder, you got all red in the eyes when glaring at the one responsible. She caused so many deaths today, both on our side and the enemy's. For the sake of everyone who suffered under her ploy, we mustn't let her die too easily. She must suffer as much as we all did. Guya gasped in shock. She thought death was scary before, but that demand sent her quivering uncontrollably. You promised me you would give me a swift death. You can't let them do this to me. Bai Yen smiled at that. I promised I would give you a clean death, but unfortunately, I never said I would control what the others would do. In other words, she won't torture her but won't stop them from tormenting her either. The mood of the elders rose with those words. At first they worried about the promise made of not making it painful for Guya. However, this twist of words left them hopeful for what was to come. How can you not keep your promise as a demi-divine lord? Climbing up from the ground, Guya yells out in frustration at being played. She's furious and wants to devour this deceitful woman. If eyes could kill, then Bai Yen would be butchered by this point. When did my words not count? Bai Yen bared her teeth as she grinned. I only said I wouldn't make it painful, never did I say a word about others. You are the one who didn't listen to my words properly. Father, mother, I am tired now, so I'm leaving this matter in your hands. Without caring for the gazes coming her way over that remark, Bai Yen swings around with Ling Yen in tow. No. A sharp cry pierces through the night as Guya watched those whom she considered allies until now slowly closed in on herself. There's no room for retreat with a wall behind her back, only endless pain for what she's done. Guya, we've treated you well for all these years and this is the way you repay our kindness? Shaking his head in disappointment, Elder Sky never thought the day would come where Guya betrays the Monarch Manor. And, she also killed 2 of the elders. Elder Sky, I did not mean for any of this, woo-woo. I did not know this would happen. If you hadn't stopped me from going out to look for the monarch, then I wouldn't have come up with such a plan either. Please let me die a quick death, please. She cried and knelt before G Sky with her arms clinging to that leg. She's hardly the elegant maiden from way past, only a pitiful woman who betrayed everyone for her selfish greed. Guya's doomsday, too. A selfish person like you still want to die a quick death? If we let you off the hook, then how can we ever face our deceased brothers and sisters? Ji Sky's gaze grew sharp and deadly, pinning Guya like prey ready to be slaughtered. You eavesdropped on our conversation and used our method to bring back the monarch. Fine, we can ignore that. As long as the monarch returns, then we don't mind who carries out the mission. However, I never would have thought you would sacrifice so many people for your selfishness. Guya, how do you expect us to forgive you? What right do you have to request this of us? Guya's hands slowly loosened as her body collapsed against the dirt. She's never felt so helpless and weak in her entire life, for it dawns on her, these people aren't going to let her die quickly regardless of what she did. I won't go like this. If I die, then I will die by my own hands. At the thought, Guya's palm quietly gathered strength and attempted to strike down against her forehead. She's determined to meet her maker by her own means and not by the torture of others. Bang! Elder Butterfly, who's been paying close attention to anything out of the ordinary, naturally caught onto this. As such, the elder's foot moved quicker than Guya and kicked her several meters away. Want to die? Not so easy, Guya. I will make sure you regret ever betraying us in this lifetime. The female elder sneers in contempt. Due to the injury, Guya slowly turned towards Heavenly out of reflex and spat blood from the mouth. In her eyes, there's affection, yearning, and regret, but there's no hatred. No matter how this man treats her, she's unable to hate him. After all, if it weren't for this godlike person intervening thousands of years ago, Guya would have died already. She wouldn't exist to this day and died of despair in the past. Monarch, if given the same chance, I will continue to love you and not regret my choice. Guya began to laugh in a low, huffing voice of bitter flavor. But you never once looked at me. No matter how long I waited, I was never in your view. My only desire is to be by your side. You did not need to marry me, that's fine with me. However, I never thought you would take a wife and have a child as well. She wholeheartedly believed this man would never take a woman, that's why she's able to endure the long years of loneliness. But the arrival of Bai Yan and Bai Ning shattered her illusion. Now that I know that the elders would not let me go, I only want to ask one question. She looks up in hopeful anticipation. If this didn't happen today, would I have been able to become your consort? Spend my life by your side? Despite finally gazing down at the person, Heavenly's expression didn't show attachment. Of course, it didn't help either that his hand was wound around Bai Ning's waist. I've been alone for years, but that's only because I was waiting for my wife to appear. Without her, I wouldn't take anyone else. That was to say he wouldn't marry Guya regardless of Bai Ning's arrival. Therefore, there's no chance of them being together from the very beginning, and that her love was one-sided. Unable to accept this shock, Guya spews another mouthful of blood from her throat and loses all strength in her muscles. The last string of support has now been destroyed, and so goes her will to live. Guya's doomsday. 3. This sight would generally be insufferable at how pitiful a single lady was being treated. However, this was Guya in question. Not a single soul bothered to help her, not even the remaining enemy forces, since they've also been conned into this mess. I see. Guya trembled as she closed her eyes in silence. She had nothing more to say anymore. G Sky, Heavenly glances over to his right-hand man. Take her away. I won't get involved with how you guys want to punish her. I'm leaving that decision up to you. Yes, Monarch. The old elder respectfully complies by cusping his hand. Ninger, Heavenly didn't look back and turned back to his wife. You must be tired. Let me accompany you back to the bedchamber. Once you're rested, we will immediately leave this place. Bai Ning faintly nodded in agreement. Monarch, are you leaving? G Sky appeared all shocked and quickly pursued the detail. Why are you leaving the heavenly domain? If you leave, what should we do then? Faintly smiling, my son-in-law and grandson are still waiting for us, so it's inevitable for us to leave for a while. As for the heavenly domain, I'm leaving you in charge until my return. After the wrapping of the battle today, the the monarch manor once again returns to peace and tranquility tonight. Guest room. As the evening wind blew against the windowsill, Bai Yan laid comfortably against her bed with a milky peach girl in her arms. She's pleased with this arrangement because this mother was finally able to play with her daughter. Ling Yan, we are going to have to leave this heavenly domain soon now that everything is wrapped up here. Your father is still waiting for us at home. The little milky peach bun lifts her head. Mother, when are we leaving? I miss father too. I also miss big brother and second brother. And there's auntie. She must be grieving so much during our absence. I feel the same way, sweetie. But before leaving, we must also bring your grandfather back with us. We can't leave him here alone. That said, the demon queen moves her finger to caress the peachy bun's hair. Ling Yan, do you know how long we've been gone? Placing a finger on her little lip, Ling Yan had to take a good moment to answer. Should be a long time already. That's right. It's been quite long, hasn't it? Bai Yan nestles the baby girl into her arms for a hug. I wonder if your father has finished off those people yet. He should have come to us by now if he did. Guya's doomsday. 4. Throwing herself into Bai Yan's breast, Ling Yan cuddles that little head in there for warmth. Does mother miss father? Yes. Bai Yan's focus fell into a trance at the mention of Song. Your father, he did too much for me. I can only use the rest of my life to repay him for that. Ling Yan does not understand why her parents would owe each other anything. After all, in her view, they are all family, so why does a family need to owe each other anything? You're still young, so you don't understand. When you meet someone who really cares about you, you will naturally get it then. Giving her daughter's head a rub, she smiles warmly as she speaks in a cooing voice. If you meet a man as good as your father, you must never give him up, understand? I kept refusing your father in the past. Fortunately, he was so insistent and eventually won me over. Father and mother weren't family before? A look of confusion sparkled in the pipsqueak's intelligent eye. Even though the baby had the smarts of a genius, Ling Yan was still young and immature to the wonders of this world. So naturally, it doesn't occur to her families must be formed by a union and through the efforts of two individuals. No, Ling Yan, we were merely two individuals who managed to find each other in a vast sea of people. Remember, sweetie, mother will always stand behind you and support your decision. And if someone hurts you, whether physically or mentally, mother will make them pay regardless of where they are. Bai Yan has a lot of confidence in her daughter's ability to cope with the dangers of this world once she's older, but when it comes to love, that's an emotion no woman could say they're confident with. Don't worry, mother, I will not give others the chance to hurt me. Ling Yan meets her mother's gaze with the most brilliant smile, and, I will always stay by mother's side and never separate. Silly girl, Bai Yan chuckled helplessly as her vision shifted to the little chicklet next to her pillow head. Chi, seeing the demon queen has finally noticed his existence, the golden phoenix chirps excitedly. Come. Bai Yan waves for the bird to get closer. The gesture was a kind one, however, the meaning didn't exactly mean the same thing between human and bird. Right as Chi wanted to twaddle over to rub his head against the woman's cheek like the baby girl, Bai Yan suddenly plucked him off the bed right before the intimate act could be carried out. Chi, you will stay by Ling Yan's side from now on, understand? First turning to stare at the pipsqueak, then back at the demon queen, the golden chicklet phoenix shivered out of reflex at the thought of being eaten. Chi. Chi cries and jumps in a panic, desperately shaking his tiny head in order to convey his meaning. I don't want to follow this girl. She said I look tasty before and it's not safe. Bai Yan naturally got the meaning and started to stroke her chin. Gazing down at the bird's golden fluffy fur, your fur looks very good. Shrieking in horror at the last comment, Chi got all fearful and shrank into a ball, thus causing him to nearly roll off of Bai Yan's hand altogether. Guya's doomsday. 5. So, Bai Yan suddenly gets all threatening with that oh-so-sweet smile. I'm considering using your fur feather to make a dress for my daughter. Almost immediately, you could see the beaming light of desire shooting out of Ling Yan's eyes right there and then. She's already imagining the picture of herself wearing a cute little dress made of golden fur feathers. Chi. Neither mother nor daughter is a good person. How could I have ever trusted this woman? Wanting to cry foul, Chi-Chi the golden sheikling suddenly found himself in a wolf's den, unable to escape for the life of him. Chi-Chi-Chi, he chirped and chirped with all his might to make himself look more substantial than he appears for some protection. Sadly, Chi-Chi's tiny stature and squeaky little chirping only made him all the cuter. Cocking her brow in amusement, Bai Yan almost couldn't hold herself back and laughed. It doesn't matter, does it? Your fur feathers will grow back eventually. I can wait until we get together the numbers to make a dress. Chirping much harder and frightened fear plastered across those eyes, Chi-Chi found his heart thumping hard like a drum being pounded away. If he weren't so brave and manly for his miniature size, the poor thing would have rolled over and dropped dead over those ideas by now. Without hesitation at the dreadful future, he promptly turned tail and attempted to escape from this pair of evil villains who wanted to use him as a stuffer. It's just that size matters in this case. Regardless of how much the poor guy wanted to run, he ran hard as he could. In fact, Chi-Chi had already been caught between a pair of fingers around his head like a toy. Realizing this, he stiffly swings his head around to meet that horrific woman directly in the eye. Chi-Chi, crying for real instead of simply sobbing, a drop of crystal tear that glistened with golden light trickled down the chicklet's eye and made a sparkling impact on the bed. Unlike ordinary birds, phoenix tears are a rarity and are highly prized materials for a range of professional fields. Since Chi-Chi was an ancient golden phoenix, his tears would of course create a magical scene. Di Ling Yen sounded surprised. Chi-Chi actually knows how to cry. I thought chickens don't shed tear but only get wet in the eye. If not, I don't need his feathers anymore. Her little face appears troubled. Make no mistake, the pipsqueak absolutely would love to have those golden fur feathers as material for her dress, but how could she ever make someone else cry for her personal gain? That wouldn't be within her character. Therefore, she decides to go against her own desire and deny the idea. Letting go of the golden fluff feather, Bai Yan leans against the bed like a true queen. Now are you willing to stay by Ling Yan's side? Still didn't quite get it yet. Chi-Chi simply stares into that gorgeous face of the demon queen. What? She was using that to scare me the entire time? So that I would know the girl wouldn't harm me? I know you're smart, and you've lived a long time, but if I hadn't shown up, I'd believe you would still be stuck inside that ruin. Ticking her lips into a smirk, Bai Yan grins with her teeth showing since she's got him. Sure enough, Chi-Chi got all quiet. Indeed, when his previous master left and put him inside that egg, his only hope was another person appearing inside the ruins and activating the release seal. Chi-Chi, gradually, the initial fear from before dissipated at the thought. Slowly standing up, Bai Yan gets serious after seeing her idea has gone through. I cannot accompany my daughter at all times of the day. Therefore, I will need someone I trust watching over her for people that wants to harm her and the like, especially those misbehaving men. Do not let any of that type near her, understand? When reaching the last part of her sentence, the demon queen made sure to narrow her eyes in to get the point through. She won't prevent her daughter from finding a husband in the future, but that doesn't mean she won't vet for scums that might have ideas about the pipsqueak. It would be a utter failure on her part as a mother if she allowed such a thing to happen. Chi-Chi. Guya's Doomsday, 6, nodding in understanding. Chi-Chi, I will protect the little young mistress from now on. Pouncing over excitedly, Di Ling Yen suddenly grabbed the little furry feather and kept rubbing him against her face. As a result of that act, Chi-Chi nearly puked blood from the pressure of those fingers and kept squeaking in pain. Realizing her strength was too big, the pipsqueak promptly loosened up and made an apologetic face by spitting out her tongue. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, I hurt you by accident. I promise to be more careful from now on. I'm just so happy. Big brother got little rice, and now I got little Chi-Chi, little Chi-Chi. As soon the fluff feather heard that name, he immediately exploded. You are the little Chi-Chi, your whole family is the little Chi-Chi. Is it my fault that I can only make a Chi-Chi chirp? Why are you giving me such a vulgar name? Mother, why is little Chi-Chi looking at me like that? Di Ling Yen blinks her big blue eyes in confusion. Is he sick? Mother, can you check if little Chi-Chi is sick? If he is, I will feel awful if we don't help him. Bai Yan merely stared in awe at her own daughter's thought pattern. Sure, she gave Chi Chi the name in the first place, but to call this bird Little Chi Chi like Little Rice was simply baffling. Looks like my children are all evil when it comes to naming. It's either little this, or little that. Suddenly, Bai Yan got all sympathetic to this little fellow to have this name planted on him. He's fine. Bai Yan withdrew her gaze and smiled in pity. I'm relieved then. Di Ling Yan excitedly flailed her legs around in the air as her face got all cherry red. Mother, who do you think is more powerful? Little Rice or Little Chi Chi? Hearing this, Bai Yan shot another look at the bird. Now that's a good question. I wonder who is stronger when Chi Chi grows older. At least right now Little Rice will turn him into mincemeat with a single swipe. There's no question about that though. In the future, Little Rice and Little Chi Chi will be good partners. It's best we don't let them fight. Bai Yan says a bit of musing. Nodding his little head in agreement, the pipsqueak likes the idea as well. I think so too. No matter if it's Little Rice or Little Chi Chi, if either of them gets hurt then I will be very sad. It's good that you're able to understand that point. Rubbing her daughter's head in doting fashion, the demon queen smiles brilliantly at how smart her daughter is. Oh right mother, Little Rice is a boy, but what about Little Chi Chi? Is he a boy or is she a girl? Plopping her head against both her hands, she asks with all levels of cuteness as she leaned back down to Bai Yan's chest. I think he is a boy since he's Little Chi Chi. Almost instantaneous, Little Chi Chi began to weep at the indignation. Didn't you give me the Chi Chi name? When did the name become the main gender distinction factor? Anne. I'm a girl, a girl. Bai Yan naturally caught onto the aggrieved face coming out of the tiny gold bird. Smiling right up to the eye at the evil plan forming in her head, now that you mention it, I think he is a boy. I have no way to confirm his gender anyways. If he turns out to be a girl in the future then we can always change it back. But by then no one will care anyway. Oh. I wonder if cross-dressing will look good on this little guy. Merely at the thought of being able to play dress-up with golden fur death when he takes on a human form, Bai Yan would grin uncontrollably. Oh. Nodding but not getting it, Di Ling Yan doesn't dwell on the issue. I bet Chi Chi will be a handsome boy like Little Rice when he grows older. I wonder if he's going to be a glutton like second brother. If he is, I need to watch out for my snacks then. Guya's Doomsday, 7. Bai Yan breaks out laughing. Why are you exactly like your big brother in the way you see things? Because big brother is unique, there's no other like him in this world. But second brother is different, he eats everything that he gets his hands on. Mother, do you not see Little Chi Chi's appearance? He's bigger than before when we first met. He's probably sneaking a lot of food in secret. That's why I think he's a boy like second brother, they're both big gluttons. With all the happiness in the world, the pipsqueak explains her reasoning for thinking this golden fur feather was a male. Without surprise, Bai Yan examined the chicklet and discovered something she's been overlooking. This little thing, he really did grow a notch bigger after leaving the ruins. Suddenly, it's then the demon queen thought of something and caused her expression to make a subtle change. The peach blossom trees in the ruins are all fake, they're illusions created by pure spiritual energy. That's to say Chi Chi is able to directly consume that energy source and grow unlike everyone else that needs time to absorb it through their skin by meditating. I see, I understand now. Since the ruins depleted all of the spiritual particles in the air before to form that peach blossom garden, Chi Chi couldn't grow despite being in there for thousands of years. Sure enough, Chi Chi showed a sad face over their remarks. I've been going hungry for so long, why must I get another nickname of being a glutton? Is it my fault for wanting to feel full? Little Chi Chi, it's no use making that face at me. Di Ling Yan makes a grave expression, otherwise, you will get a big belly like my second brother and feel sick afterwards. Chi Chi protests by chirping some more. But I'm starving. It's okay Ling Yan. Bai Yan reaches over to set this daughter on her lap before shifting back to the bird. He won't overstuff himself even if he eats more. I will tell the kitchen to prepare the food for him later. Really? Only then does the pipsqueak feel relieved, then I won't worry anymore. The kid's always of the opinion her mother was always right. So whatever Bai Yan says, she would not doubt it. Someone come. Bai Yan calls out to the attendant waiting outside. Miss, is there anything you wish of me? A maid hurried inside after hearing the summon. You take my bird here to the kitchen and let him eat whatever he likes. She orders with a stern voice. Yes, milady. The maid complies by carefully coming forward and plucking the tiny fur feather up for the kitchen. Ling Yan, it's getting late now, so let's rest first. We will need to come up with a way to leave this domain tomorrow. Rubbing her daughter's hair after they are alone, this mother starts cooing her daughter to sleep. Okay, mother. Ling Yan nods and attaches her head against the woman's chest to use as a pillow. She's become accustomed to taking over the space where Bai Shechen used to monopolize. Guya's Doomsday, 8, Kitchen. A scene of total chaos reigned supreme here that shocked the working staff in charge of this department. What's going on here? Butterfly had just run into the kitchen where she came across this scene of carnage. She's shocked and blown away like the others present. This little guy is just a chicken with a tiny body, how does he fit all that food in there? At this moment, everyone felt that the stomach of Chi was like a bottomless hole that could never be satisfied. Finally, all the food in the kitchen was swept away by little Chi. In light of this, it doesn't look like the bird satiated yet because he kept looking around for more. It couldn't be helped. Imagine you being trapped inside a certain ruin for thousands of years without any food to enjoy. Naturally your stomach would be empty and hungry. Now all of a sudden he's blasted with these delicious dishes, how could the little fella ever restrain himself? Second elder, what should we do? If this little fella keeps eating, wouldn't he get sick? One of the maids present cried and turned to the female elder for guidance. Butterfly's gaze fell upon the chicklet and began to contemplate the possibility of that theory. However, her eyes gradually lifted and a smile formed on those lips. It's fine, from my assessment, he's likely going to be okay. He's already eaten so much and showed no sign of throwing up. Keep preparing the food he wants until he's satisfied. Yes, second elder. All of the kitchen staff promptly breathed a sigh of relief. They wouldn't want to be responsible for the death of this chicklet if they overfed him. Dust Frost Domain. The monarch's study room. Sitting on the master chair, the owner of this estate with his stern and cold expression gradually eased up after scrolling open a painting depicting a young woman. He's all gentle and loving when staring at this picture. Froster, the man caresses the portrait in the gentle manner of a lover. You are the color in my life, the soul of my world. Such a pure and kind woman like you deserves nothing but the best, yet those vile villains refuse to leave you alone. They murdered you for their selfish desire. Closing his eyes, the man began to replay the memories of the long past that had kept him going. Brother Dust. He could hear the faint echo of that feminine voice again whenever he does this. That's how powerful the past affected this person. Seeing the woman he loved fall and die under a pool of her own blood, how could he ever forget his own failure of saving her? Deet Song. Dust clenches his fist and shot open those eyes to reveal the piercing gaze underneath. I will not let you go for killing my Froster, I will never let you go. Guya's Doomsday, 9. I want those people to be buried alive and burned in hell as an apology to my Froster. The ever-burning hatred in the man's eyes glowed through that iris, causing him to manifest an ominous aura that sent chills down to anyone unfortunate enough to draw close. Your monarchness, a voice suddenly came from the outside and interrupted his train of thought. Miss Roa, she is back. Do you wish to meet her? Dust huffs a cold grunt before replying, let her in. As you wish, milord. The sound outside the study disappeared, followed by the sound of light footsteps quickly drawing closer. To speak the truth, Monarch Dust had to admit this Yun Roa she was quite the beauty after her scars were healed. This only reinforced his opinion upon seeing the woman again after she pushed open the door and walked inside his study. However, it doesn't mean she's the most beautiful female he'd ever seen, it's only average compared to the ones in his harem. What's the matter? Dust's voice sounded unsympathetic. Towards that cold indifference, Yunroa she had become accustomed to this and didn't appear fazed by the attitude. After all, this man treated everyone the same way, including those concubines inside the harem. Monarch Dust, I went to the heavenly domain. Making a faint giggle, this old witch plays the delicate fair maiden card despite her age. Holding back his inner disgust, and then? By coincidence, I encountered my greatest nemesis there. I saw Bai Yan, the queen of the demon realm. In that moment, Dust's usual cold indifference vanished and was replaced by a tense harshness as he stood up. Who did you say you saw? The demon queen? Yes, I saw her, and she's Monarch Heavenly Flame's very own daughter. Yunroa she didn't expect such a strong reaction, so her confidence diminished significantly there. I knew before that Deetsong had married a human woman. His focus locks onto the old witch like he's ready to pounce. What else do you know about that woman? What type of person is this demon queen? Is she like Deetsong or the opposite? I want to know everything. Taken aback there by the endless demands, Yunroa she got all quiet to collect herself. Bai Yan is a beautiful woman. She may not like to admit it, but Yunroa she had to concede that her rival was at a different level to her own beauty. Beautiful? Dust snickers with disdain at the very notion. Deetsong is not someone that cares about one's appearance. Even Froster's beauty cannot captivate him. What other woman can? Froster? Being a sensitive and insecure female, Yunroa she immediately focused in on that word and started making connections. Dust and Frost, so that's how it is. But what kind of relationship does this woman have with the monarch? I don't know much about Bai Yan, but her character is more on the nasty side. Even back when I was on good terms with her, I would refrain from interacting with her. The old witch bites down on the lip to make a sad face, and I know Bai Yan has a lot of men circling around herself at all times. She doesn't have any female friends, that's why. If I had to speculate, it's likely due to her using her own body to seduce the opposite sex considering the sort of personality she has. Monarch Dust's narrows in his eyes to reveal an inspecting light from within. Out of reflex, Yunroa she subconsciously took a step back under that piercing gaze. She didn't want to say anything good or bad about Bai Yan right now out of fear for raising attention to her rival's existence. However, it appears her plan had derailed, for even a slight mention of Bai Yan being a flirt had backfired. Guya's Doomsday, 10, you can go back now. Dust waves in a dismissive manner. He's clearly lost interest by this point. As if he wouldn't know Yunroa she's character, right? There's not a single thing from her mouth he believed there. What seducing men? If Bai Yan was such a character, then Deetsong wouldn't have taken such a woman as his wife. That tyrannical man wouldn't fall that low. Yes, monarch. Not sure if her story was seen through or offending in some way, the old witch wanted to say something again. However, the second her sight met with the man's, her heart trembled at the intensity and promptly shut up. After walking out of the study, the repressed aura dissipated, so her unease also disappeared. Bai Yan. Bai Yan again. Isn't it enough that you seduced the demon king, now you're also Monarch Heavenly Flame's daughter? The glaring hate in the old witches I could kill if that's a thing. I will not let her succeed. I will destroy her and retake what belongs to me. She had given up on Chui God by this stage and only hoped to cling to Monarch Dust for protection. However, that doesn't mean she won't exact revenge on those who hurt and abandoned her. Muttering up to here, Yunroa she quickly controls herself after realizing she's acting out of place. But right before she could head back to her own room, a cynical voice caught her attention from the wall over. That Yunroa she thinks too highly of herself. If the monarch really did favor her, then he would have given her a title by now. Oh right, let me tell you a secret. Our monarch fell in love with a woman many years ago, and as it so happens, I came across the woman's portrait while cleaning the study room. What a true beauty. I have never seen anyone at that level, far superior to that Yunroa she. And her name is Willow Frost from what I gathered. I always found the monarch to be a cold person, but I didn't know he would be so affectionate and name the entire domain after a woman. Yun Roa, she who originally intended to leave, stopped right on the spot. So it's like this. Monarch Dust already has a woman he loves to the point where he named the entire domain after her. And he's also willing to exact revenge on the demon realm for a single woman. Biting her lips, the old witch felt resentful and unfair as the conversation of those two maids echoed in her head. Why? Why do the good things always happen to others and not me? First it's Bai Yen getting the love of the Celestial Lord and the Demon King, now it's Monarch Dust smitten by that willow frost. Even a dead person is coming to rob me. The more she thought about it, the more her chest began to huff and puff from anger. She's practically grinding her teeth in rage. These days, this liar and vile old witch have tasted and enjoyed the benefits of power she never had in the Celestial Palace. What pristine facade of generosity! What kind and loving angel! She didn't need any of that here in the Dust Frost domain. She could be herself, an evil and ruthless old witch that destroys anyone that crosses her path. That's her true character, and she didn't need to hide it here. Suddenly, Yun Roa, she shot open her eyes in a maddening manner and stared into the sky. Humph. Monarch Dust treats me differently, I can tell. Perhaps I can be a replacement for that willow frost. Others may not be able to achieve that, but I am different, I am superior to all of them. It's just a dead woman anyways, the dead will remain the dead. How can a corpse compete with the living? Departure 1, Heavenly Domain. With a beautiful lake and mountain landscape, the pond water faintly ripples with the light breeze bristling against the surface. Bai Yen very much enjoyed this serene scene as she sat on the edge. However, her moment of peace quickly came to an end after a voice spoke up. Milady. Glancing over to the source from the rear, the demon queen slightly frowns at the sight of Elder Sky. You're looking for me? A bit taken aback for a second, the old grandpa decides to speak his mind after some thought. There is something I like to tell you, it's just that I don't know if I should say it. What's the matter? After a muse, Bai Yen figured this must be important for this old man to come at this timing. That day when I gathered everyone to stop you from healing Song, I ordered one of the guards to catch Miss Ling Yen. When saying this, Ji Sky never once left eye contact with Bai Yan's face due to fear of offending the lady. And sure enough, the demon queen's expression darkened. Thankfully the lady didn't lash out there, thus calming the old elder somewhat for continuing. Later, according to the reports of the guards, Miss Ling Yan's body felt like it was on fire when they grabbed her. I believe this knowledge should be passed on to you in case something is wrong. Ji Sky's eyes were full of worry when explaining. He could guess that there must be a flame burning from within that body. It's not causing any major issue for now, but with time and age, that flame would grow and eventually harm those around. That's not a good thing unless placed under control. Getting up with a sinking feeling, Bai Yan's mood no longer felt good. I understand. Thank you for informing me about her condition. Do not let my parents know about Ling Yan's condition. I don't want them to worry about their granddaughter. Yes, milady. Ji Sky exhaled a heavy breath that somehow lifted his shoulder up a notch. With the lady's ability, she will definitely figure out the little young Miss's condition. It's no big deal if I don't inform the monarch and mistress. Bai Yen didn't say much more and strolled towards the backyard where her daughter played with the tiny phoenix. Mother? Di Ling Yen bloomed with delight the second she noticed the oncoming figure. Running over with excitement plastered across that face, the baby threw herself into her mother's embrace and planted that head into Bai Yan's chest. Though unintentional, her sweat was not smothered onto the demon queen's dress due to her playfulness. Mother, I love hugs. The pipsqueak murmurs in content. Not going to disappoint, Bai Yen did the only thing she would do for any of her children and happily wrapped her arms around the tiny soft bun for a warm hearty hug of her own. Departure 2, Ling Yen, I have something to ask you. Bai Yen did not notice the mood of Ji Song, who was making an envious face to one side. She's too preoccupied with what Elder Sky said earlier, so she's pretty worried. Looking up with her little tiny face, what is it, mother? If I know I will tell you. Sweetie, have you been feeling unwell? Bai Yen asks after a brief muse. Tilting her head in contemplation, the little pipsqueak wonders why her mother would ask such a question. But mother, I'm perfectly fine, see? Jumping in a circle to show she's alright, the pipsqueak doesn't appear sick at all and was very healthy. Is that so? Bai Yen still felt uneasy. Do you feel anything like a burning sensation inside your body? Shaking her head, no. No? In light of the denial, Bai Yan's heart didn't relax in the slightest and grew more worried by the moment. Half a ring later, she decides to probe her daughter's entire body instead to make sure. According to common practice, one wouldn't use their spiritual feelers on a commoner without power since it would leave the patient somewhat unstable from the mental intrusion. However, if the user was careful, then it's doable as a last resort. For example, let's say a person was severely sick and needed medical treatment. That wouldn't cause harm since the patient was already unwell and couldn't resist the outside force. And then there are the occasions where one had a unique condition that made it more beneficial to perform the procedure versus ignoring the problem. Like in this case, Di Ling Yen fell into the second option where it's better to make sure versus ignoring the issue. Letting her aura spread into the child's skin, Bai Yen closes her eyes to focus on any oddity from within. It's then that the demon queen got all white in the face. Specifically, in the heart area where she could see a bead lying at the center with a flame coating the tiny object. Thankfully the fire wasn't harming the host, otherwise, Bai Yen wouldn't know what to do then due to the panic. Ling Yan, do you feel any pain coming from the heart? Quickly drawing her senses back out, Bai Yan's expression became a morbid white of horror. Blinking those big blue eyes like a clueless baby, why would mother ask such a thing? I don't feel any discomfort at all. The woman got all silent again. A few moments later, can you tell me about the flaming bead in your heart then? Who put it there? Whoever it is. If they hurt my precious darling, I won't let them go. The desire to kill has emerged from within those eyes, setting the mood for what's to come if it's known who the perpetrator was. I don't remember. Biting her finger, the pipsqueak timidly answers. Forcing her spiraling emotions back down, Bai Yen doesn't want to upset her child by keep her voice down. Think Ling Yen, think some more. Revealing a doubt in those eyes, Di Ling Yen tilts her head in deep thought only to smack her own head after coming up with an answer. Mother, do you remember when I said there's a cave in the Demon Mountain? There was a man inside that cave. Huh? Bai Yan's face instantly formed a frown. Pouting her cheeks up like a cherry, I remember that day he gave me something, maybe it's the bead? He told me to keep something for him until he comes get it. Departure, 3, G Sky said so already. Whenever Ling Yen is in danger, the bead will burn up and repel anyone that touches her. It's clear the bead is powerful in its own right. Since it's here then there's no reason to return it. Bai Yen sneered, whatever his purpose for doing this, it's still the same as putting a bomb in your body. It's dangerous. Whether it's out of spite or revenge, we're keeping it after we pry it out from inside you. Want it back? Dream on. Not only will we not give it back, we're going to be settling the debt of putting such a bomb inside my darling without permission. The pipsqueak hung her head in thought. Mother, that big brother. Doesn't seem like a bad guy though. Although at first he's a bit mean, but he didn't really hurt me at the end. He's probably not that bad and only has a big mouth. I can't forgive him for the very fact that he would dare risk your well-being. Bai Yen sounds irked by her own words. Ling Yen, we must get back to the demon realm as soon as possible. Your father will know a way to help you. Okay. Ling Yen nods in compliance. She also misses her father and 2 brothers. Ji Song never uttered a peep during this entire time despite also being there. However, her silence finally caught the attention of the demon queen who somehow found the time to glance around. Song, do you have something to say to me? You look like you got a lot on your mind. The girl pursed her lips, can I leave with you? She's hopeful for a yes so the girl didn't blink at all. Smiling at the nervous appearance, Bai Yen understood why she would ask that. Of course, I saved you so the price is you following Ling Yen. Even though Ling Yen is still young, but she will eventually grow up. The sooner she has some followers the better. Song here will be a perfect candidate. Song's eyes lit up at the confirmation and caused her to smile brilliantly. It's expected since she's got her wish. Sister Song, Di Ling Yen crisply called out and grabbed her friend's hand. Your smile is so beautiful, I like it so much. Blushing at the praise, the once morbid girl never had someone call her beautiful before. The feeling felt new, and it's wonderful. Ling Yen, you stay and play with your sister Song. I need to go discuss something with your grandfather. Teehee, the pipsqueak giggles with delight at the order. I will, mother. I will be very good while you go see grandfather. Pleased by the obedience, Bai Yen leans down and gives her daughter a peck on the cheek to seal the deal. However, she was surprised by the envious gaze coming off of Song's eye once she straightened up. It seems she's been careless and hit a sore spot on the girl's mind. They died in order to protect their baby, so Song never got to meet her parents. Softening up at the thought, Bai Yen knew she had to do something. She may not be her real parents, but she could be a substitute as a guiding elder. Reaching out with a hand, she rubs that little head as she spoke. Song, I'll be leaving Ling Yen in your care. Her hands were warm and gentle, causing the girl to stiffen up out of reflex. This would be the first time she's physically touched another person outside of her grandfather in this fashion. Everyone else was either an attendant or maid. They served her out of respect and command, not on emotions or love. Departure, 4. Therefore, under the warmth of Bai Yan's palm, Ji Song's nose got a little sour like she wanted to weep. Miss, I will, don't call me miss, if you don't mind, call me an auntie instead. Your father and mother both lost their lives defending the heavenly domain, it's only proper we treat each other as family. Bai Yan's soft cooing voice was spot on, hitting the knot that's been plaguing the child's heart. Hurrying to wipe the tears from the corner of her eye, Song forms a smile to show her current emotions. However, unlike the awkward and weird one she made at their first encounter, this former morbid child had on a more relaxed and smooth expression. It goes to show one only needs the practice to become their true self after recovery. Auntie, don't blame me? Taken aback by that statement, Bai Yen raises an eyebrow. Did you do something wrong? Ji Song grips her dress in unease. My grandfather hurt your mother the mistress, and he wanted to catch Ling Yen. Your grandfather is your grandfather, you are you, I will not put you two together. Bai Yen shakes her head to dismiss the heavy mood as she smiles. Not to mention Ling Yen has spoken up for your grandfather, I do not blame him. Truth was, she could relate to Ji Sky's impulse. If her own precious darling had encountered such a thing, the demon queen would undoubtedly do the same thing and not trust a stranger. But understanding was one thing, allowing it to happen was another. She couldn't turn a blind eye to Bai Ning's injury. If it were not for the praises Ling Yen said about the care provided by Ji Sky during her period inside the ruins, the matter definitely wouldn't be settled so quickly. Thank you, Auntie. Ji Song smiled in relief. Bai Yen never noticed it before, but the girl's smile actually looked pretty good after gaining some weight in recent days. If this continues, she's bound to become quite the beauty in her own right. The two of you go play, I'll be back soon. Retracting her eyes, the demon queen started to head towards her father's study room. Study. Rubbing his temple with a finger, Heavenly made a troubled expression due to what's plaguing his mind. She looking up at the sound, the man felt annoyed since he ordered none to disturb him. However, his frown quickly relaxed at who it was. Yen, how come you are here? Stopping before her father, Father, have you found a way to break the seal? Hearing her words, the monarch stumbled for a reply first before smiling bitterly. Then, shaking his head, the Great Seal was created using my physical body as a price. Removing is not an easy feat even for myself. I've thought about it. If I break it, then the other domains will certainly band together. By then, things will become chaotic. Once the domain war breaks out, the influence would extend to every corner of the worlds. Whether it be the human planes, the demon world, or the celestial world, all would be dragged into the fight. That's why he created the seal in the first place. It's to stop all the carnage and bloodbath. Father. So you're not leaving with us? Bai Yen got where this was headed and sounded tired. You've been away from home for so long, everyone misses you so much. Covering the pain in his eyes by lowering them, the man shakes his head once more. There's no other option. Yen, I will have to bother you to give them my message. In reality, he never actually thought about breaking the seal to begin with, even if there were a way. He's someone that willingly sacrificed himself for the well-being of all. Such a man would never put his own selfishness before the populace. That's not within his character. Departure 5. I need to take Ling Yen back for a while. Ditsang must be worried about me. Bai Yen flickers with light in those eyes as she speaks. Do you know a way to send me out of the domain? Those not at the same level of a monarch could leave the domains. However, she had tried before and didn't find a way, hence her visit today to ask. Yen, I'll send you and your mother out first. This heavenly domain is too dangerous. He shakes his head and sighs. Pricking her brow, you think she would leave just because I advise her to go? If mother finds out you're staying, then she will stay with you. But, father, I'm going back to seek help. If my husband can send mother over here, then that proves he has a way of leaving without breaking the seal. That finally moved the man's determination. He's highly reluctant to admit that Ditsang had abducted his precious daughter, but now he's going to have to admit this son-in-law of his had the ability to be a good husband if this plan works out. Okay. He nods, agreeing with this method. Suddenly, the man recalled the picture of the adorable grandchild that's also going to leave him. Daughter, after you take Ling Yen away, be sure to pay attention to those who come close to her. Don't let those stinking boys take my granddaughter away. I think my granddaughter is fine all on her own and doesn't need those underserving men. After all, there was only one man like Ditsang. How could those other insects be worthy of her precious granddaughter? Bai Yen nearly lost it and burst out laughing. Father, if my memory serves me right, what you told Ling Yen before is quite different. From what I heard, you urged her to not listen to Ditsang and Xiachen, that she must pursue her own happiness and not miss it. Freezing into a statue at being called out, Heavenly makes an awkward cough to clear his throat. That is only because I didn't know she is my own granddaughter. If I had known the truth, I would be on Ditsang and Xiachen's side and not let those filthy brats steal my precious granddaughter's innocence. But don't you want to see a great-grandchild sometime into the future? That, Heavenly had to think it over before continuing. Isn't there already Xiachen? How can a girl of our family be abducted by an outsider? Just have Xiachen bring a girl home, that will get me a good great-grandchild. I'm sure that boy won't let me down. In other words, it's okay for the men of their family to abduct girls from different families over and not vice versa. Bai Yen was at a loss for wording after that, so she didn't rebutta that logic. Yen, you must look after Ling Yen. If a brat dares to come after her, you are to break his leg for me. When saying this, the man looked very serious with no hint of joking around. Like always, this poor demon queen started to worry for her own daughter again and her future husband-to-be. It's going to be a complicated process with men like these in her family. You don't have to worry about it, Ditsang and Xiachen already got that area covered. She shrugs without much care. If anyone tries to pursue Ling Yen, then you can believe those two are on top of the matter. Besides, if someone outstanding does want my daughter's hand, I'm sure Ling Yen is capable of choosing her own partner. I have full confidence in my daughter. Softening up in his voice, Heavenly felt reassured after that. In that case, I'm relieved. When you are ready, let me know and I will escort you out of the domain myself. What better time is there than now? Bai Yen doesn't delay and went ahead with the plan. She already knows something was wrong with her daughter's body. The sooner she got back the better. Departure 6. Startled by the suddenness of it all, Heavenly showed a burst of reluctance as his throat went dry. So fast? Bai Yen slightly nods, her heart equally as reluctant to leave. But dragging this out won't change a thing. It would only make the situation worse by increasing the risk. Father, we'll see each other again. When me and Ditsang think of a way, we will come back to you. A bittersweet flavor filled the man's mouth over the last sentence. It's okay, you don't need to make it sound so sad like I'm never going to see you again. Go clean yourself up first, then I'll take you to the exit. Okay. Giving one last glance at her old man, Bai Yen doesn't linger and walked outside like a strong-willed woman. However, that strong facade deflated the second she was out of sight and standing before the open sun. She doesn't like this one bit. This was the first time their family managed to get together for once, and now they're separating again. There's no way her mood wouldn't be affected, especially when they had to leave Heavenly behind in this domain where enemy forces could come and go without a moment's notice. Gritting her teeth in frustration, if my guess is correct, the reason me and Ling Yan were able to cross over to the Heavenly domain is specifically because of that flaming bead. It probably activated because of the outer domain's energy that seeped into the demon realm from the first attack. But why did it send us to Father's own domain? Unlike the main worlds where the spiritual particles are all neutral in nature, these domains on the other hand are all tuned to their respective creators. Take Heavenly's domain for example, it's aligned to his signature so everyone residing in this world are all practicing abilities similar to his. That's why she's in a hurry to leave. Biyan's afraid the flaming bead was powered by some other form of energy found only in the outer domains. Since a recent invasion force had attacked, there are bound to be a lot of residual life force floating around beyond their eyes to see. Imagine the worst happening without their knowledge and her daughter bursts into a pyre. That would be a nightmare. No. I won't let that happen. I won't let anything hurt my sweet darling. Thinking of this, Biyan's reluctance promptly dissipated and transformed into a stern and powerful air that propelled her to move forward. She's not walking slow but fast and precise in her strides. Ling Yan, Song, both of you go clean up and pack your things, we're leaving right away. Biyan's voice reached over to the courtyard before she even arrived at where the kids were playing. Mother, are we going now? But what about grandfather, did we figure out a way to leave with him? Shaking her head, no, we will leave first. Your grandfather can't come yet. Grandfather's not leaving? There's a sense of disappointment in the pipsqueak's voice. I thought we would all leave together, tasting bitterness in her mouth as well. Biyan could relate to her daughter's damped mood. I'm sorry sweetie, we still haven't found a method yet. We've dragged this trip for some time now so we must go back to your father's side. In addition, we can look for a way to help from the demon realm with your father. It won't be long before we reunite with your grandfather, I promise. Okay, sure enough, those reassuring words dispersed the damp mood in the air and raised the spirit of the baby girl. Then let's go mother, I know father will have a way. He's so strong and powerful, father will definitely find a way. Giving her daughter a rub on the head, Biyan then shifts her attention to the other child. Song, your grandfather likely won't be able to come with us, I believe you should go tell him yourself about our departure. I don't know when we will be able to come back. Demon realm. Ji Song nodded and trotted her legs over in the direction of the Elder Council's quarter. Ling Yan, you too, go clean yourself up and we will head out soon. Biyan turns to the pipsqueak and orders, her eyes a mixed bag of emotions. Demon realm. The blood moon continued to blanket over this world, thus giving it a tense vibe due to the two opposing forces on the current battlefield. Batty father, we are going to look for mother after we finish off these people, right? Next to the young teen stood a peerless man that oozed with a mighty air of a king. Making a bloodthirsty smile as he spoke, this should be the last batch. Once we settle the problems here, we will go find your mother for sure. As soon as he heard this, Bai Shechen's eyes promptly lit up with joy. He hasn't seen his mother and sister for months, and if it weren't for these people repeatedly coming to attack, he would have long run off to search for them. Thankfully the new arrivals are growing weaker and weaker. Presumably, the strongest have died in the initial wave and now the remaining forces are probably the weaklings that could be dealt with by the demon elders. Xiachen, let me see what you can do now. If you can't protect yourself then you are not qualified to protect the woman you love the most. Ditsong did not rush to test his son, but instead gazed down at the now maturing Steambun for an adequate reply. Mother is my most beloved person, I will rely on my own ability to protect her for a lifetime. The Steambun's eyes became heavier and heavier as he slowly raised his hand. Then, from thin air, a sword materializes from nothing to fall into his grasp that vibrated at contact. He's still small, but the brisk wind that's blowing against his little figure didn't make him appear weak, instead it emphasized his determination and will. Smiling with pride in his face, Ditsong was pleased by his son's reaction. This is my son, the prince of the demon realm. If he doesn't have the skill, then how is he supposed to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Yan Yan? A burst of wind explodes out of Bai Xiaoqin's little figure then as he pointed his weapon at the drawing wave of foes. He's no longer the innocent and naive child from way past after the experience over the past few months, but rather a miniature version of his old man, the Demon King that rules all of Demon Kin. You people repeatedly refuse to listen, coming to make trouble time and time again. It's one thing to attack the demon realm, what's worse and unforgivable is causing me to be separated from mother's side for several months. I won't forgive any of you. For Bai Xiaoqin the most sinful crime was and would always be separating him from Bai Yan. He has mommy issues, and it would be years before the boy come to terms with this fact. Reunion 1. Those foes in the front undoubtedly noticed what Ditsang was doing. With a sneer, they immediately charged at the young one to make this demon king regret that foolish decision. Little Rice, let's go. Abrupt and out of place, Bai Xiaoqin's juvenile voice resonated through the night and signaled his partner to move. Little Rice, who's been standing behind the boy, heard this of course and promptly began his transformation. Bigger and bigger, the young man now grew into a giant white tiger that could make any foe tremble in fear at his mighty stature. But this alone wouldn't be enough to bring waves to this enormous battle, would it? Like the two who now joined the fight, the other three sacred beasts also attacked at the boy's signal. Raining down hellfire from the sky by Suzaku, drowning the foolish with the water by Black Turtle, and incinerating the damned by lightning at Xing Yi's the dragon's command, the field has become a wrecking ball of blood and gore. During this entire time, Ditsang never once lifted a finger to help, not to his subordinates, nor to his boy. He was proud to see how effective his son performed in a real battle. For that, he won't fight yet unless he deemed the enemy too much for. However, not everyone felt the same way as this demon king who wanted to use this opportunity to test his boy. Di Xiaowan the demon princess appeared worried to the core as she watched the blood of the attackers stain her niece's face and clothes. She's already lost so much, therefore this didn't sit well with her heart. I really don't know what Big Bro is thinking. How can he let Xiaoqin take such a risk? Even if the four sacred beasts are fighting beside him, it's still too dangerous. What if he gets hurt? Not only will sister-in-law not forgive him, I won't be able to forgive myself. Every time Little Rice leaped forward with Bai Xiaoqin on his back, the demon princess would skip a beat in her heart and want to rush over to help. Auntie Xiaowan, Jean Tian the little glutton pulls at the girl's sleeve, his baby face curious and naive. Why is father making Big Brother fight those people alone? I'm worried, he's covered in so much blood. Looking down at the little glutton in her arms, Di Xiaowan could barely smile since she found this topic uncomfortable to discuss. Don't worry Jean Tian, it's not your big brother's blood but someone else's. Your father is training Xiaoqin by having him fight. Is that so? The little glutton turns back to his older brother every day, turned the small head, continued to look at the white morning, his eyes twinkling starlight, full of envy. Big brother is so strong, I also want to become as strong as Big Brother. He wants to fight alongside his big brother, but since he's so weak, there's no way his old man would let him go up there. But when he grows up though, he would definitely join his brother's side during a battle. Di Xiaowan's heart could melt after hearing that proclamation. Pinching the boy's cheek, she's all smiling at this lovely nephew of his. Reunion 2, don't worry, you will definitely grow to be as strong as your big brother. Really? Jean Tian's eyes shined with sparkles at the support. Auntie, when I grow up I will protect you. Di Xiaowan couldn't help but chuckle. It will be a very long time still before you grow old enough, you silly. No, it won't be long. Jean Tian shakes his head like a rocking drum to refute that claim. I heard Big Brother was already roaming the world with mother when he was 5. When I turn 5 I too will be old enough to fight. Biting his thumb, that appearance couldn't get any more cuter. I'm already 2 this year, there's only 3 years left. Auntie, wait 3 years for me. Afterwards, I will be able to protect you. Big Brother said I must be a man, which means I need to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the girls of the family too. Since Auntie is a girl too, I will protect her when I grow up. Di Xiaowan couldn't take it anymore and began smooching the little glutton's cheek repeatedly. It's too lovely, the best thing she's ever heard from a kid in all her life. Then Auntie here will wait for that day. You are too sensible. After state teacher's death, this moment would be one of the brightest for the demon princess. There's been too many sad events lately, so she needed this lift up. You Auntie, you're making my face all icky. Wiping his face with that cheek pouting in displeasure, Bug Brother said a man can only kiss the woman they like. Since I already gave Mother my heart, only Mother can kiss me. Twitching in the corner of her mouth, the demon princess almost wanted to cry foul. When did Jin Tian learn to be so sweet in his way of speaking? He's literally a second Bai Xiachen in the making. But it does make sense now that I thought about it. Big bro and sister-in-law are both outstanding people. It's no wonder their children are so good as well. Oh, I'm so envious. However, their little play did not last for long after another louse explosion brought their attention back to the battlefield. It was the steam bun making another charge at the main forces of the attackers. The young teen was sweeping through their ranks. Bai Xiachen had slain more foes than he could ever count by this point. And finally, the last enemy had fallen to his sword with that final slash. Turning around, he returns to Di Tsang's side after sheathing the blade into the scabbard. Xiachen. Di Xiaowan didn't wait and ran over first to examine her nephew's health. Thankfully there's nothing wrong with the boy according to her assessment aside from the amount of blood covering that robe. I'm glad you're all right, Bai Xiachen returns with a smile at her over panicking aunt. Auntie, you are worrying too much. See, I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry about me because I've grown up now. He's almost 9 years old now, no longer a kid that needs to be babied like his younger siblings. You little rascal, you will always be a child to your auntie here. Di Xiaowan puckers her lips to make herself look disappointed. Wait until you take a wife, then I will say you are grown up. Reunion 3, Bai Xiachen's little face turned a couple of notches darker. After a moment of silence, I don't want a wife. I only want to be with my sister and mother. Oh. Di Xiaowan grinned mischievously. Then I ask you, does Dragony have a pink piglet hanging around her lately? You mean Molly? What about him? Molly was originally a pet picked up by Mo Li Shang who appeared out of nowhere one day. Turns out they weren't just some random strange, but a twist of fate that went back lifetimes. Take the winged piggy. His clan had a mission to protect Dragony. Since the piggy's entire race has died out, the task naturally now fell upon him. However, due to the event of Bai Yan disappearing and Dragony being unable to find her mother after awakening in that secret place, the pair separated for a while during the Celestial Realm War. But news travels fast. Molly recently got wind of Dragon returning to the demon realm. That's why the piggy secretly snuck away from his owner and hung around the dragoness and wouldn't leave. It's nothing. I just feel that the pig and Dragony are getting way too close. They're practically inseparable. I wonder what your mother would think about this. Isn't Dragony her favored daughter-in-law? Aren't you afraid of the girl being snatched away by the piggy? Bai Xiachen was silent again, his face getting a little troubled. Molly is Dragony scarred, and I don't want to marry a wife. Oh, but I don't think their relationship is that simple. Perhaps they're very close in fact. Bai Xiachen's face got darkly grim. Auntie, can you stop talking about this matter? And that has nothing to do with me. I'm starting to wonder if father is the one who sent you over trick me into leaving mother's side. Father? Di Xiaowan made a puzzled face. This little guy, didn't he always call his old man Batty father? Why the sudden change? Firming up on his young little face, Auntie, I have grown up already. Since I'm a grown-up, it's only normal that I change the way I address father. I'm not a 5-year-old baby anymore. The demon princess couldn't help but twitch in the face over that statement. What difference is there between a 5 and 9 years old? Aren't you still a child anyways? Father, the steam bun then turns to Di Tsang. I have dealt with these people, can we go look for mother now? I alone am enough in looking for your mother. You stay at home and wait for me. The demon king nonchalantly states this with a radiant smirk. Didn't you say we will go together? Why won't you let me go with you? The arrangement made the steam bun very unhappy. He misses Bai Yan so much, yet his father won't take him along. You've grown up now, so you can't stick to your mother like you used to. That's what you said just now, isn't it? Grown-ups don't stick around their parents all the time. They must learn to do things on their own. Bai Shechen dropped his jaws in stunned silence. Did I just smash my own feet? Quickly coming back to reality at the dreaded situation he himself created, actually. I'm still a baby. Who's not a baby in front of their mother? Suddenly from out of the blue, Bai Shechen's figure went stiff as a rock. He felt something. To be exact, it's two familiar energy signatures quickly making their way over to his location. Turning his head in the direction like a robot, he stares hard to make out the contour of the two. Father, am I hallucinating? Isn't that mother and little sister? Reunion, 4. Di Tsong's sight followed his son's gaze and landed on that magnificent figure of his wife. Immediately, that stern and lecturing face disappeared, replaced by a warm and gentle light flowing forward from within. You're back. Bai Yan didn't respond to her husband's tender words though. Instead, she scanned the battlefield to take in everything that's happening. Then as soon as her eyes fell upon the teen that's been covered in blood, the demon queen's composure crumbled and got all anxious. Xiachen, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? She grabs his shoulder and nervously examined him from top to bottom. Blooming with the brightest smile that could overshadow the most dire of nights, the boy finally revealed a happiness he's been withholding since that dreadful day. Don't worry, mother, these bloodstains are all other people's. See, I'm perfectly fine. But even if the steam bun said that to assure his mother, Bai Yan's heart didn't settle and continued her examination. Only when she's confirmed his condition to its fullest does she relent. Thank goodness he's all right. No one knows this, but the demon queen's heart nearly popped out of her own chest there when she saw the blood-stained looking sight of her eldest son. In all her years, she's never allowed the steam bun to be harmed, not ever. Di Tsong continued to wait from his spot, but after being repeatedly ignored, this dominant man finally grew irritated and thought exercising his own son so he would buzz off at his important reunion. Yen. Reaching out with a hand, the demon king tyrannically brings his wife into his embrace to show who's in charge. You don't have to be afraid. If I'm here, nothing will happen to him. In actual fact, Di Tsong believed that a boy getting hurt once in a while didn't amount to anything, hence his decision to send the steam bun into battle. Besides, his focus never left the boy during the actual fighting. Even if Bai Xiachen did get into lethal danger, he would have intervened at the last moment to ensure his safety. It's good that everything's alright. Bai Yan's mood finally calmed down after that statement. Leaning her head in against her husband's chest, she felt secure and happy after being away for so long. Di Tsong, our children are my wife, all three of them. They're her driving force. Only by becoming stronger would she be able to preserve their peace. Father, mother is likely tired, you should take her back for rest after such a long, arduous journey. I will take care of my little brother and sister during this period. Bai Shechen couldn't ignore the heartache in his own chest after seeing how exhausted his own mother has become. Mother is already very tired, and I scared her with my appearance just now. If she doesn't go back and rest, then she might really faint. Di Tsong didn't argue with that logic because he felt the same way. Picking up his wife into a princess hold, the demon king slowly strode towards the palace. Big sister, can you play with me? It's unknown when this occurred, but while everyone was busy primarily watching the departing backs of the two lovebirds, Ji Tian the little glutton had somehow found his way over to Ji Song's side and tugged at her sleeve. He's all smiles and hopeful in his chubby face. Ji Song, who came here for the first time, naturally felt intimidated by the new environment. However, this sudden intrusion onto her personal space by a grinning baby boy left her all uncomfortable and awkward. Nevertheless, she quickly pulled her hand away and stepped back. Reunion, 5. Ji Song doesn't like being close to people. As for why she's able to speak with Ling Yan before, that's only because she's a girl and about her age. But this little guy, she doesn't know him, nor has she any experience in dealing with the opposite sex. Big sister, why are you ignoring me? Looking all wronged, Jean Tian the little glutton moves forward in an attempt to grab that hand pathetically. Ji Song couldn't take that face and hurried turned to the pipsqueak for help. Without a single word first, Ling Yen snapped and slapped the hand of her twin brother away. Big sister Song is my friend, you're not allowed to scare her. That harsh lecturing only made the boy more pathetic in the face. Rubbing the back of his hand as it hurts, he gets all sobby in the nose. But I want to play with her. Not allowed. Forking her arms around the waist, Ling Yen makes a very fierce face. She does not know you, so you're not allowed to force her, do you understand? This guy is clearly my older brother, how come it feels like I must teach him everything? What if he scares Sister Song away? If that happens, then I won't have any friends again. Does that mean I can play with her after we get acquainted? Jean Tian instantly perked up and asked with a broad smile. Nodding after a brief thought, I guess. Only after you're familiar with her, understand? Okay, Jean Tian cheers in delight at the go-ahead. Turning back to his new target, big sister, if you be my friend, I can let you have all my toys aside from the delicious foods. In the baby boy's view, the number one importance remains to be the food he gets from the kitchen. Everything else becomes secondary in his world. Unfortunately, aside from those snacks and foods he saved in hindsight, the boy didn't have anything else to offer, which made his promise mute. Flushing red from the conversation, Ji Song appears awkward and unsure of how to reply to that olive branch. Second brother, you mustn't pester her like this. Here, I'll let you play with my pet instead. After a second of rummaging, Ling Yen brings out the snoozing Chi Chi from her pocket. This is little Chi Chi, he's my new pet and partner. Be nice to him, okay? You can't bully him. Chi Chi was originally soundly asleep when he got disturbed by the ruckus. However, he never would have thought of the horror that awaited him after rubbing his dozy eyes awake. Specifically, it's a baby face of the chubby proportion. Usually that wouldn't scare the little fellow, but the boy's lips were clearly drooling. It's a chicken, and it looks so tasty. Gulp. After saying this, Jean Tian made sure to swallow his saliva to pull back in the fluid quickly dripping out of his mouth. Chi Chi. Squealing in fright, the poor bird jumped in fear and puffed up his feathery furs. You don't have to be afraid, Chi Chi, he won't eat you. Ling Yen understood her partner's woes and patted that head to console him. Once she's done that, the pipsqueak then follows up with a slap across Jean Tian's head from the rear. You're not allowed to scare my little partner, nor are you allowed to eat him. Rubbing the back of his head in an aggrieved manner, Jean Tian shrinks his head in. Big brother, how come Ling Yen is so mean after she took a trip? Reunion 6, girls being a little bit fierce and mean. Isn't that normal? Bai Shechen's eyes were full of doting light. Besides, Ling Yen is so cute even when she's acting all fierce. Jean Tian the little glutton didn't feel the same way though and felt wronged by the maltreatment. In his mind, this version of his twin sister wasn't right. She's more like a volcano ready to erupt, a totally different person from that mild-tempered sister he knew. Chi Chi, it's then the golden chicklet took this opportunity and jumped off of the pipsqueak's hand. Hiding behind the girl's back, he only shows his head out while staring at the little glutton, which promptly drew more attention. Chi Chi. You're so noisy, little Chi Chi. Dissatisfied in her face, she pouts those cheeks up. I already told you my second brother won't hurt you. Why are you squealing so much for? Controlling his own frantic emotion, Chi Chi remains vigilant at the little glutton like he's going to pounce while he's not looking. The reasoning. That's obvious, the drooling face from Jean Tian didn't escape his memory. Someone that drools are the type that likes to eat, and the type that likes to eat wouldn't listen to reasoning when they bite. But I still prefer playing with big sister there. Jean Tian bemoans at his twin sister. Then you will need her agreement. Second brother, we are not young anymore, you need to be more mature and sensible. Forcing others to play with you isn't right. Ling Yan's voice got serious and she began lecturing her counterpart like a good teacher. This time Jean Tian went all quiet as he locked onto Ji Song with beaming flashes of light from those eyes. You are still small, Ling Yan, Bai Shachen caresses his little sister's head, those eyes gentle and doting. even if another 2 decades pass, you will still be Big Brother's little sister. A child that needs his protection for life. When meeting her older brother's gaze, the pipsqueak finally revealed her sunshine-like smile. Stretching out those arms, Big Brother, hugs. Imagine having a little sister that's soft, cuddly and cute, asking you for a hug. Would you do it? Of course you would. Crouching down with all the sibling love he could muster, Biyao happily picks up the baby girl to discover she's a little heavy. Ling Yan has grown again. You're heavier than I remember. That's because I have grown up now, Big Brother. Giggling with delight, the pipsqueak fiddles with the boy's hair as she spoke, and I also saw grandfather. Grandfather? Biyao appears startled by the word. It's true that it's been a lot of days since he saw their grandfather. He too misses him. Why didn't grandfather come back with you? From within the bright eyes of the pipsqueak came a puzzled light. I don't know, Mother said grandfather is unable to leave with us for the time being. Only Mother knows the specifics. Hearing this, Biyao didn't press for the details and instead shifted his sight onto the new girl Ji Song. In reaction to this attention, Song herself shyly looked away to avoid eye contact. Sure, they're the same age, but the majestic air of royalty could not be denied in the steambun's existence anymore. He's grown and matured. Ling Yan, who is she? You mean Sister Song? Ling Yan giggles with delight at the opportunity to introduce her new friend. She is a good friend I met at grandfather's home. Mother healed her illness, so she's with us now. Big Brother, you mustn't let the others bully her, okay? Reunion, 7, alright, I'll send an order down later so that none is allowed to bully your good friend. Big Brother is the best. Clinging onto the steambun's neck, Ling Yan's smile was more brilliant than the sun itself. I love Big Brother the most. What about me, about me? Jean Tian immediately got anxious after hearing that from his twin sister. Tugging at her sleeve, Ling Yan, not like me anymore? His tone sounded very aggrieved, like he's ready to cry if she says no. Looking down at her twin brother with a mischievous grin, of course I like second brother too. Even if second brother snatches my food away, bully little Chi, I still like second brother. Chi nearly rolled off the pipsqueak's shoulder after that statement. What does she mean by that? Does she think I am so easily bullied by others? The little fluff feather wanted to erupt at the indignation. However, right as Chi's about to protest, Biyao's menacing gaze shot over and deflated his air instantly, patting his poor chest as he heaves heavily at the pressure. So scary. Why is the little mistress's second brother so mischievous and wants to eat me? Then there's this Big Brother of hers. He's so scary that my heart nearly leaped out there when he glanced over. Quivering all over, Chi uses his tiny little wings to cover his head in an attempt to lower his own existence. Ling Yan is so good. Restoring his gentle and doting face, Biyao's demeanor right now only appears when he's beside his sister and mother. If it's anyone else, he would only make that cold menacing expression as he did to the bird. Big Brother, I'm getting sleepy, rubbing her drowsy eyes, I want to sleep. Okay, Big Brother will take you home to sleep. Sweeping his gaze over the demon soldiers present, he spoke with authority and power. I'm leaving the cleaning of the battlefield to you all. Do not leave any body parts behind. I do not want the field to smell like rot when I come to inspect later. Understood, Prince. The leading demon commander complies by punching his chest plate in accordance with the order. Frowning in the face, the steam didn't like the title of being called the Prince at all. He's used to being addressed by name or something cuter. But what other option do I have? Jean Tian remains too young, so he can't shoulder the responsibility yet. A few more years, only a few more years later, then he could toss the burden on that twerp. By then, I will be able to bring Ling Yan with me and follow mother and father around through the world. Without knowing he's already been sold by the one he idolized, Jean Tian the little glutton continues to follow from behind with his toddling legs. However, the boy didn't forget to cast another look towards Song, who also stood next to him. Of course, his instincts told him to reach out to hold the sister's hand so she would play with him, but the lecture from the twin sister reigned supreme and snapped him out of the moment. Big sister, don't be afraid. making a broad smile like a dote. I'm not a bad person. Taken aback at first, Ji-song gradually looked over to the boy with uncertainty. However, that uncertainty quickly turned into hilarious laughter after seeing the dumb and silly face the boy's making. Realizing she's lost her composure and acted in a rude manner, the girl swiftly pulled herself together and returned to her embarrassed state. Still making that dumb-looking face, the little glutton didn't realize he just made a hit on a female. Big sister, your laugh, it's so beautiful. Ji-song inwardly gasped at the comment. Ling Yan also said something like that before. There's no lie in the little glutton's innocent comment. The girl really does look good when she's smiling. However, her illness had kept her from realizing this fact until now, so it's good others are staring to say this more often around her. Of course, she still pales in comparison to Ling Yan and Bai Yan, that's a fact. Biting his thumb in hesitation, Jin Tian suddenly did something out of expectation by reaching into his pocket and pulling out an object. To be specific, it's a pastry the boy had saved from earlier, and he's offering it to the girl like a rose bouquet. Reunion 8. This is the laurel cake mother made for me. Auntie used a special spell to preserve it for me. I'll give you this piece to eat. His eyes were full of reluctance when trying to move away from the pastry. Seeing the sort of face Jin Tian was making, Ji-song immediately shook her head. No, you eat it. No, big sister, you take it. Once mother takes a break, she will make more for me. Despite saying that, the drooling saliva coming out of his mouth said it all, that a person's words are not always the truth. In reality, even if Bai Yan does make more cake for him, it wouldn't matter. Di Xiaowan, the demon princess, would immediately confiscate everything to save for later. The reasoning? It's because the aunt was afraid the boy would get a tooth cavity from eating so many sugary sweets. This laurel cake was his portion for the day, meaning he won't get any more until tomorrow. Seeing how determined the boy was about giving this gift, Ji-song knew it was better to accept it. Placing the cake to her mouth, the girl takes a small bite to discover the wonders of this fantastic object. It's sweet and smooth to the tongue, an experience she's never encountered before in the monarch manner. This was truly delicious. Big sister, how is it? Jin Tian asks with hopeful light in those eyes. Flushing red from the attention, Ji-song murmurs her answer. It's delicious, really? Jumping with glee, then can you play with me later? I don't have any company here in the demon realm. Meeting the boy's gaze for the first time since their meeting, Ji-song found herself unable to reject him. Okay. First reason being that she already accepted his gift, so it's only proper she returns the favor. The second being she doesn't want to be a shut-in anymore. That's awesome. Jin Tian became a beet red due to the excitement. This laurel cake is worth it, at least now this big sister will play with me. Let's go, I will show you around. Without ulterior motive, Jin Tian smoothly winded his hand around Songs and toddled the way forward towards the palace. Demon Palace. Right now Dragony was making a bored face as she plopped her chin against both palms. However, this innocent face was currently sitting atop of a man dressed in a tight-fitting black suit. He's likely an enemy that tried to sneak into the palace during the battle to carry out some sort of mission but was stopped by the dragoness when she caught him. Dragony, shouldn't we go check out the battlefield outside? A milky-looking doll of a baby asks from the side, his face surprisingly cute despite being half-naked and only wearing a dudu, Chinese underwear. I'd like to go too, said Dragony as she glanced down at the man she's sitting atop of, but we have to keep an eye on the palace. What if another person sneaks into here and makes trouble? Who would protect Mother's home? We can't let that happen. Molly the winged piggy nods in his human form. Toddling over to jump atop of the unconscious assailant, Dragony, I'm just wondering, but do you like the queen more or do you prefer the prince more? The dragoness didn't need to think at all in answering, of course it's Mother. She gave me a new life, and for that I am forever grateful. She will always be the most important person in my life. His Highness Xiaochen can only be second in line. Oh. Molly scratches the back of his in confusion due to not understanding. From his point of view, Dragony cares a lot about the prince, so it doesn't really match up with the girl's claim. What's more, he could feel the dislike coming off of the prince when he's around Dragony during the pair's interaction. He's like a third leg that shouldn't be there when the two are together. Dragony, am I ugly? Molly suddenly decides to ask this after a thought. Does the prince not like flying piggies? No, he doesn't. Dragony turns to her companion with a look of confusion. Why are you asking this for? I've felt that for a while now. The prince doesn't like me very much. Why? Am I not cute? Or is it because I'm not a girl? Di Xiaowan's decision, 1, exactly right. As Dragony wanted to reply to Molly's question, the girls suddenly saw the two familiar figures slowly coming in from the outside. Quickly getting up with the excitement on that face, she rushes over to their location. Mother! Dragony, what are you doing here? Bai Yan didn't expect to find her adopted daughter here in the palace with only Molly by her side. She expected at least some sort of protection. Mother, I'm here to guard the palace. I was afraid someone might try sneaking in here while the battle was taking place outside. You see, I caught this guy who was acting all creepy in the shadows. Dragony then stomped down at her unconscious victim to emphasize the point. I knocked him out, Mother. What should we do with him? Following the indicated finger's direction, the demon queen's sight fell upon the unmoving person lying on the ground. Ditsang, call someone to take this guy away to the dungeon. I want to find out the reason for their attack on the demon realm. The demon king didn't do that though. Instead, he wrapped his hands around the woman's waist and explained, I've caught several people like this one before, but no matter what I did, they wouldn't talk. I doubt this guy would talk either. Bai Yan merely smirked at the idea of a prisoner that wouldn't talk. Take this pill, Ditsang. It will make him spill everything that he knows. After saying this, Bai Yan took out a porcelain bottle from her storage ring and handed it over to her husband. Okay, I'll go right away. The demon king happily reached over to take the drug, but not before giving a peck on her cheek before readying to leave. Wait for me in the bedchamber, it won't take long. His voice was hoarse and magnetic, having the power of drawing the opposite sex over to him in the most seductive manner. Alarmed by the remark, Bai Yan promptly stops him with a finger on the lip. Stop it, there are children around. It's okay, they don't understand. Ditsang grinned with his teeth showing, that appearance dumb and silly for what's to come tonight. Dragony obediently nodded her head in compliance as well. Mother, father is right, I don't understand anything, you can continue doing that. Molly, we're leaving, let's go. Pretending like she's not heard anything, the young lass rushed out of the courtyard with her baby companion who toddled from behind. The battle is over, big brother Shechin must be back as well. Whenever this dragoness thought about her steam bun, the girl would always have a smile on that face. Even though she herself doesn't realize this yet, her heart's clearly drawn towards the boy. Ditsang. Bai Yan felt tarnished and embarrassed at the way they're behaving. Gnashing her teeth, hold yourself back when we're in front of the kids. Indeed, Molly doesn't understand what they were doing, but Dragony was not a child, she fully understood the meaning behind Ditsang's last comment. Ignoring the annoyance in his wife's face, Ditsang leans in and kisses her like a tyrant to douse those flames. It's always worked before, so he figured it would work again, thus causing their bodies to mingle together in the most sweaty and suffocating manner. If not for the unconscious victim coughing and moaning after regaining his senses after a while, the pair likely could have gone at it till the end of times. Di Xiaowan's decision, 2, be good and wait for me to come back. Miss you, the man's ambiguous voice vibrated through her ears, tingling and numbing her senses. Naturally, Bai Yan got black lines running through her face over the man's antics. Even after all these years, she still has trouble handling her husband's shocking words and out-of-nowhere lustful surge. This guy, seriously. No matter the time of day, he can be so utterly ignorant of common sense. Thank goodness Dragony and Molly left on their own, otherwise. Oh no, what if we end up teaching the kids all our naughty things without realizing it? What if we taught Ling Yan and Jean Tian without noticing? Understanding he's rattled his wife enough with those teases, Ditsang lets go and locks onto the man on the ground had begun to stir. What's your purpose here? He speaks with an air of murderous intent. The black-masked assailant sneered as he struggled to crawl up, would never say. It does not matter what you do to me, I won't reveal the purpose of our attack. Smirking at the expected reply, Di-tsang didn't get angry and got increasingly more dangerous as he played with the porcelain bottle in his hand. Di-tsang, don't give him the drug here, I'm afraid the after effects. Bai Yan purses her lips into a thin line, I'm afraid the after effects will scare a lot of people. After hearing this, Di-tsang's legs stopped, his sight swinging around to meet the woman. Okay, I will find another place that's quieter. Standing under the blood-colored moonlight, a certain young lass was standing at the main gate of the palace staring off into the distance like she's waiting for someone. Dragoni, when will His Highness the Prince return? Yawning due to the boredom of standing around, Molly rubs his drowsy eyes. I don't know, but if the king is back then big brother Xiasen must be coming back too. If Bai Yan was the dazzling sun of this world, Dragoni would surely be the enchanting rose. She may be young in appearance still, but the style and air unique to herself was definitely starting to show seductively. It's then during their conversation a familiar aura caught the girl's senses. Lighting up in the eye at the familiar figure, she smiles broadly as she waves her hand into the air to welcome the young teen. Big brother Shechen. Likewise, the steambun also noticed the girl waving at himself. However, before he could react by waving back, Di Ling Yen, who was sitting on his arms, suddenly jumped down and ran at the dragoness. Sister Dragoni, I'm back. As always, the pipsqueak was friendly towards those she's on good terms with. A bit taken aback by the sudden peachy girl who had thrown herself at her legs, Dragoni had to spend a moment to process everything. Immediately, she reaches down to keep the baby girl from falling over due to the excitement of their reunion. Sister Dragoni, how come you only noticed my big brother and not me? Di Ling Yen pouts after being lifted up. Just now, she was clearly riding on her big brother's arm, so it made no sense for her sister Dragoni not to notice her existence. Am I not cute enough that she would overlook me? You're too small still, that's why I didn't notice you. Dragoni rubs the baby's head in a cheerful manner as her excuse. Is that really the case? Doubtful still, the pipsqueak chews on her thumb like she's being tricked. Suddenly, the pipsqueak's line of sight caught a glimpse of Molly in his human form. Blinking those big blue eyes, Sister Dragoni, who is this little brother? He is so white and chubby, he's so cute, little brother. Molly immediately exploded, I have lived for many years, I am not your little brother. It's true. Molly may appear to be a baby boy in his human form, downright a newborn if must be said, but he's quite old already if counting the years he's lived. Issue was his size and appearance, he never grows. Di Xiaowan's decision. 3. The pipsqueak forks her hands around the waist and gets all discontent. You are not even my height, so you must be a little brother. If you grow taller than me, then I will admit you're bigger than me. Molly found himself unable to retort against that logic. First looking down at himself, then at Di Ling Yan's superior body size, he promptly deflated due to it being the truth. Is it my fault that I'm not taller? But I've clearly lived for many years. Dragoni, she's bullying me. Molly turns to tug at the dragoness's sleeve for help, his face all wronged and pitiful. Due to how small and chubby he was in his human form, the piggy was so darn cute that it's a sin not to cuddle him. Bai Shechen reacted instantly to this picture. For some reason beyond his understanding, the demon prince didn't feel well inside over the piggy entangling himself with Dragoni. Maybe it's because I've taken Dragoni as my real sister, that's why I don't want a stinking boy by her side. Bai Shechen's finally let up over that pretentious reasoning. Immediately, he shot that intimidating stare towards Molly, who did no wrong in this situation. You keep your distance from Dragoni. Molly naturally didn't understand what he did, so his already wronged heart became even sadder. Why? Dragoni is still young, that's why I must protect her. You are a boy, and boys will try to abduct her. This Molly is too sticky, often wrapping himself behind Dragoni's back. Doesn't he know the difference between man and woman? The stinking brat will probably follow her to the toilet too if he could. What is abduction? Molly blinks his eyes in a puzzled manner. Bai Shechen instantly deflated as the air squeezed out of him. You wanting to protect Dragoni is a good thing, but you are too sticky and clingy to her. It's making me doubt your motives for something else. Like right now, the palace won't have any danger that could possibly harm her. Why do you keep following her everywhere with that in mind? Not to mention, your strength is nowhere close to being as strong as hers. How are you supposed to protect her then? Molly scratched the back of his head, finding the logic of the princely steam bun reasonable. Nevertheless, he still doesn't want to leave Dragony knowing he's not much help. Dragony, did mother go back to rest yet? Biyao turns away from the piggy boy and asks the girl instead. Nodding her head, mother is resting inside the bedchamber, and father is currently out interrogating the prisoner. That's good then. Ling Yan is likely tired too, so I'll take her inside for rest. Also, Jean Tian will bring another girl back with him as well. She's a friend of Ling Yan's, so help her settle in, will you? Okay. Dragony nods again like an obedient child. In light of this, Biyao didn't relent and shot another look at Molly as a warning before slowly heading inside. Big brother, Ling Yan suddenly spoke up after they were halfway inside. Do you not like that little brother? I think he's cute. It's not that I don't like him. He doesn't hate Molly, it's just. Every time he saw him sticking to Dragony, he would inexplicably get all annoyed and irritated. I got it. The pipsqueak breaks out into a jolly giggle, that is because the little brother is constantly pestering around Sister Dragony. Big brother is afraid he will snatch her away from our home, right? Biyao didn't verbally respond to the baby girl, instead he admitted it by simply being quiet. Don't worry big brother, Sister Dragony won't be snatched away and will stay with us. Also, grandfather already told me that I must not miss out on someone I like if I encounter them. Although I don't understand what grandfather really means, but, from what I can tell, the little brother probably likes Sister Dragony a lot. That's likely the reasoning for him bugging her so much. Di Xiaowan's decision, 4, Biyao's complexion fell into a dark abyss. What did you say grandfather said? Grandfather, he said I mustn't give up if I ever encounter a man I like in the future. He told me he will also try to persuade you and father. Big brother, what does he mean by a man I like? Is it like you and father, that kind of like? Ling Yan's eyes were moving curiously back and forth in anticipation for her older brother's explanation. She's been wondering about that for a while and needed clarity. Ling Yan, Biyao gets all serious in his voice. You mustn't listen to grandfather, none of those men are good people. They will pick on you. I will also tell father about what he said and that he's teaching you the wrong stuff. How could he ever allow such a thing? Whoever dares to abduct his family's females are going to have their legs broken. Ling Yan complied with that demand by making a muffled sound, but her heart didn't agree and found her grandfather's words more truthful. Then what about Sister Dragony? She's not allowed either. Biyao stubbornly attempts to squash any of the flames that are growing. If someone tries to take Dragony, then I'll break their leg. Molly is young still, perhaps he doesn't have any motive, but what about after he grows older? Nothing was certain. Ling Yan, you mustn't listen to grandfather from now on. Let's go back and rest, I'm sure you're tired after being on a long journey. Okay. The pipsqueak gets all quiet and leans in against her older brother's back as she gets carried. Since she's so small and tiny, her weight wasn't all that big. However, the boy too was nothing but a child, therefore, it does put a strain on his body while walking towards the room. Big brother's back is so comfortable. Late into the day with the sun setting over the mountain, Biyao was lazily leaning against the bed as she rested. However, her peaceful moments suddenly came to a halt when the door to her bed chamber got pushed open and in came that manly figure. How did it go? Biyao quickly sat up and asked. He spilled everything. Di Tsang happily came over and sat beside his wife's side, those hands naughty and misbehaving. I'm curious, what sort of drug is that? How come he was so afraid after I forced it down his throat? Happy to be asked, Biyao happily obliged the answer. That's a drug I accidentally created by mistake years ago. I call it the Great 18th Hell Dan pill. If someone consumes it, they will fall into an illusion of suffering in the 18th floors of hell itself. This includes all the pain, hardship, and terrible memories of his life. Oh right, the speed frame is also warped after they take it. To us an hour may have passed, but to that guy, he would have already suffered for 1,000 years in that illusion. Bai Yan pauses to tap her own chin with a finger, wondering if she should say the next part. The illusionary fantasy never stops unless someone deliberately breaks it like you did. So, imagine what he must have felt like after seeing you again. It's obvious he would spill everything to avoid being stuck in that fantasy. Di Xiaowan's decision. 5. Di Tsang, what information did he spill? Let me hear it. Bai Yan frowns and continues to ask. Do you recognize the monarch dust from the Dust Frost domain? The man answers with a question of his own. Narrowing her eyes in at that detail, the demon queen could already guess where this conversation was leading. That day during the attack on the Heavenly Flame domain, there were a lot of people, so I don't know if they came as well. Is the matter related to place? Yes, the man confessed that he was sent by the monarch dust to steal something from the demon realm. That thing is a red bead, so I suspect the death of state teacher is related to these people from the Dust Frost domain. A red bead? Bai Yan blinked and thought back to examining her daughter's body and that beady little object placed near her heart. But before the woman could exclaim due to this connection, the door to the bed chamber was once again shoved open. Standing at the doorway was Di Xiaowan, the demon princess. Her beautiful face was not elegant nor kind, but a burning rage of hatred. You hear everything? Di Tsang didn't need to guess why his sister was so upset. Truth was, he knew the girl was eavesdropping the entire time but didn't stop it. After all, she had the right to know since state teacher did die because of those people. She's entitled to know who the murderer was. Brother, so the one who caused state teacher's death is that monarch dust, you certain? Clenching her fist, Di Xiaowan was trembling all over due to the intense emotion swelling forward. Monarch dust. Reciting that name, the princess's eyes got all red and frightening. Despite being able to come out of the pain of loss in recent days, the ache remains, and so does the hatred. She merely hid it inside not to worry the little ones. But make no mistake. If given the opportunity, this girl would crush the ones responsible for her man's death, that's a given. With your current strength, don't mention revenge, anyone those domains can destroy you. Don't forget, your powers are mostly gone after you marked state teacher with your beast pearl. How do you expect to avenge him in your current state? That cruel smash of reality caused the princess to freeze. Slowly closing her eyes, Di Xiaowan couldn't deny what her brother was saying. Nevertheless, the determination won't be stopped in those eyes of hers. Brother, I must avenge him. No matter the price, I will do it. The departure of state teacher had forced this lady who only knows how to hide behind her older brother and state teacher to grow up overnight. She's responsible and no longer the sweet dumbaklutz that would easily trust anyone that comes her way. But the cost was her innocence, her purity. Watching this unfamiliar version of her friend, Bai Yan felt uncomfortably sour inside at what had become of this sweet girl. Xiaowan, can you leave this matter to us, okay? Her tone was unusually gentle. Believe in us, we will certainly avenge state teacher and help you find his reincarnation. Pursing her lips into a thin line, Di Xiaowan looks towards the demon queen with those tears-ridden eyes. Sister-in-law, I also want to help. I know my enemies are mighty, but I am not afraid. I don't want to simply do nothing. Di Xiaowan's decision. 6. How can I accept not doing anything when the bastard responsible for state teacher's death is found? The demon princess vows to herself not to be useless anymore. Di Tsang's sight lands on his younger sister, that gaze growing meaningful. You are willing to do anything for state teacher? Not afraid of suffering? Not afraid of danger? He remembers a few years ago he had wanted to throw this sister of his into the secret domain used by the demon realm to train. However, the lass's personality kept the girl from going forward with the plan. Now that she's suggesting something of this line on her own volition, why not take advantage of this and put her through the ordeal? I'm not afraid of anything as long as I can avenge state teacher. She states this with firm light in those eyes. Fine, if that's what you wish, then I got an idea. You will go through a strict period of harsh training in a special place. If you can make it through the whole ordeal, then not only will your strength increase, your beast pearl will also return. I will ask you a second time, are you certain about this? Di Tsang narrows in his eyes until it's a thin line, making sure there was no hesitation in his sister's face. Sure enough, Di Shaowan nods again with firm conviction. I have decided, I won't back down regardless of the danger. Brother, I will come back from the training and avenge state teacher personally. Very well. Outside the demon realm is a portal. The space tunnel leads to a fantasy world similar to ancient times. There, monsters and savages are abundant, but likewise, the rewards are also great if you can overcome the strong there. You better not regret the decision. Once you are inside that place, even I won't be able to save you in time if danger falls on your head. Di Tsang gives one final warning. Brother, you know very well state teacher died in order to protect me that day. He never cowered before the enemy. If I don't even have the courage to avenge him, then what qualifications do I have left to seek someone that is as courageous as him out again? I would be too ashamed. There are countless beads of tears flowing down the girl's face, causing a bittersweet flavor to hover in the air. If that's your final decision, then I won't try to persuade you. I'll inform the elders later to send you. But know this. That world may be a fantasy, but dying there still applies to you. Once dead, you can never return. After hearing this, Di Shaowan did not make any sort of fearful expression, but that didn't mean Bai Yan wasn't affected by that last comment. The demon queen honestly didn't want the last to head into such a dangerous world, but this was the demon princess's decision. She's not in a position to deny such a thing. Brother, you don't have to worry about me, I will definitely return. Even if I die, it will be after I avenged state teacher and kill the one responsible for his death. When stating this part, the girl's fist was a tight ball of hatred. Sister-in-law, I know what you are thinking and how worried you are. You know, I've liked you since the first time we met. I was so ignorant and foolish back then. Always hiding behind your back when big brother scolds me. But now I know that is me being irresponsible. I cannot continue like that. I need to grow and find my own way. So, let me go and do this alone, okay? Whatever happens, would happen. Di Shaowan understood her decision today, won't regret it. Bai Yan's expression eased up after that plea from the girl. Originally she intended to do something in the shadows to protect her, but it's obvious Di Shaowan read what's on her mind. I see, but take this first. The storage bag contains all of the medicine and drugs I've made recently. Do not decline, otherwise I will not agree to you going alone. Bai Yan firmly demands this as a compromise. Di Shaowan's decision. 7. Sister-in-law. Di Shaowan wiped some of the tears from the corner of her eyes due to how moved she was. You are so good to me. What are you talking about? I have only one sister like you, how can I not care? What's more, these are only medicine and drugs that I'm giving you. I can always make more in the future, so it's of no loss to me. Bai Yan gently pats the princess's hand to reassure her it's going to be alright. You have to remember, we are all waiting for you at home. So return to us safely, okay? Making a slight nod as a promise, Di Shaowan had so much to say right now. Unfortunately, her emotions are best kept inward until they meet again, for this departure could mean months or even years before she returns. Mother, a soft voice suddenly came over from the outside. Bai Yan looked over and saw it was none other than her daughter Dragony standing at the doorway. Perhaps it's due to their attention being preoccupied, but they didn't notice the young lass's arrival at all until now. Mother, can I go with Aunt Shaowan? Dragony asks with bright light in those eyes. Growing uncomfortable tense after that request, Bai Yan felt nervous in the heart. Why do you ask that? Didn't father explain already? That secret world is based on the ancient world. When I fell unconscious that day inside that special dimension, I believe I met my true father. The young and childish voice of Dragony actually left Bai Yan stunned for a proper response. My real father seems to have come from ancient times. Maybe, if I go into that fantasy world, I would be able to find some clues about my origin. After throwing out her reasoning, the dragoness forms the brightest smile she could muster, and, I can help protect Aunt Shaowan while I'm there. Mother, please let me go. But Bai Yan sounded hesitant and worried. But right as the demon queen's about to speak, Di Tsang had grabbed one of her hands to reassure her with his iconic smirk. Let the girl go. Shooting her head over to meet the man's gaze. Why? Dragony is right, she might be able to find some clues about her origin in that fantasy world since it is based upon the real thing. I've explained before, her background is not ordinary, it's her right to pursue the truth about her life. Bai Yan didn't like how things were panning out but knew he's right. Okay, Bai Yan finally relents. She could continue to worry about her daughter's safety and try to protect her like a sheltered girl, but that would make her a horrible parent in that case. A parent must guide their child, not blindly hide them from the horrors of the world. You must pay attention to your safety. If something is wrong, leave the fantasy world immediately, understand? Di Tsang responded to her demand instantly. Yen, I need you to understand that fantasy world is not so simple. Once you go in, you can't come back out so easily. Bai Yan's literally skipped a beat after hearing her husband's sentence. Not easy to come back out after going in? Do you know why I didn't let Xiachen go into that place for his personal training? It's precisely because of that reasoning. I worried for his safety and ability to cope with such unpredictability. It's not a world where one can come out as they please, it needs a key. Then what key do they need to come out? Bai Yan urgently asks with worry all over the face. I do not know the exact details either. Di Tsang sounds apologetic, because that fantasy world was created long before the establishment of the demon realm, neither or anyone here knows how it exactly works. What I can be certain of is that the key is an opportunity provided by that world. It's different every time. Di Xiaowan's decision. 8. Have you been in there before? Yes, I've been to the fantasy world, and I've been there twice before. Once was 1,000 years ago, before encountering his wife another time, it was 100 years ago. Every time he leaves it would require him passing the requirements set upon him by that world. Therefore, Di Tsang didn't have absolute confidence in predicting the dangers or hardship that might befall those who entered. It's precisely because I've been there that I know the horror inside that fantasy world. And, aside from me who entered from the demon realm, everyone else who entered it has never returned. He did not want to scare Bai Yan, but lying regarding a matter of this proportion would be incredibly stupid. Furthermore, keeping this detail from his own sister and Dragony would be even more foolish since those two are going to be experiencing it firsthand. Big brother, you need to stop scaring me. Di Xiaowan makes a reluctant smile. I must go forward with this. It's my only chance to grow. Dragony echoed the same opinion from her side. I'm going too. I'm not afraid of anything, and I believe I can come back. Very well, if that's what both of you have decided, then get ready to go right away. Bai Yan shows a bittersweet face. If those 3 kids find out that the both of you are going to such a dangerous place, then they will certainly try to stop you. Maybe Xiachen would even follow you into that fantasy world. Di Xiaowan promptly puffs up her chest to make a strong appearance. Big brother, I will go back and pack my things. Later, have First Elder come over at night to pick us up. Me and Dragony can depart through the thick of night to avoid being detected by the kids. And if Ling Yan and Jean Tian ask the next morning, just tell them we went to look for state teacher's reincarnation as an excuse. Dragony nodded in agreement. Mother, please tell Brother Xiachen that I am protecting Auntie during this period. When I return, I will have incredible powers to protect everyone, including him. Bai Yan's throat felt like there's a rock inside there, choking her and strangling her of air. She's so sad and hurt by her inability to do more, that her family would have to endure such hardships. Di Tsang seems to have read his wife's emotions then and promptly pulled her into an embrace. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Trust in them that they will come back alive and well. Bai Yan immediately shot a look to her man. Don't think I didn't see it, you are also worried about them. This guy is too dishonest. He clearly worries about them as much as I do, but he's still trying to comfort me and act like it's fine. Di Tsang bursts out laughing before giving his wife a kiss on the lip. There won't be many dangers as long as Dragony is there. It's okay to worry, but you mustn't let worry dictate your judgment. Bai Yan couldn't argue with that and got all quiet as she watched those two gradually disappear from her view. Oh right, Di Tsang, you mentioned something about a red bead before. I know where it is. Only after Di Xiaowan and Dragoni's departure did Bai Yan recall what they were discussing. Raising an eyebrow, have you seen it? Yes, the bead is in fact sitting quietly inside Ling Yan's heart right now. I only learned of this recently. Bai Yan's face showed a high level of concern. Do you remember that day when she went missing on the Demon Mountain? Di Xiaowan's decision. 9. Di Tsang's face changed suddenly. Go on. It was that day. Someone put the bead into Ling Yan's body. Following was Bai Yan's experience in the heavenly domain and the step-by-step of how she discovered their daughter's condition. The story also includes the matter of her father Yunfeng becoming heavenly flame. Even if the whole story got shortened by quite a lot, Di Tsang nevertheless got the gist of things. Yen, let's go check on Ling Yan. I have to make sure the bead isn't endangering her health. Okay. Bai Yan pursed her lips and nodded. Subsequently, the pair quickly left the room and headed for where the children were staying. Inside the kids' room, Bai Xiaochen sat near the head of the bed as his hand gently pats the sister's head, his mouth humming a lullaby the whole time to coax the pipsqueak asleep. Di Ling Yan was indeed a little tired after the long journey. Rubbing her eyes, the child soon fell into a doze after the first yawn. Unfortunately, right at the moment where all was peaceful, the door to the room was swung open, sending the boy into alert. Thankfully Bai Xiaochen recognized it was his parents, so his heart promptly eased up. Mother, father, how come both of you are here? Ling is sleeping, not even a word to explain. Di Tsang grabbed his son and threw the boy at the window. He didn't want any obstruction to his view when sending out his feelers for probing. Sure enough, the Demon King found the mentioned red bead inside his daughter's heart. It's lying quietly there with flames surrounding the surface. Thankfully there are no signs of it exploding, so that's a relief. Father, are you looking at the bead inside my body? Di Ling Yan shows a playful smile after being woken back up. You don't have to worry, I can sense the bead won't hurt me. Bead? Bai Xiaochen's lovely face immediately turned into a frown. What bead? Mother, father, what is she talking about? Explaining to the steam bun was Bai Yan herself. Inside Ling Yan's heart is a red flaming bead. I'm afraid it might hurt her, that's why I had your father come inspect it. At that moment, one could visibly see the color drain from the boy's face. He's very agitated and rattled by the news. Bead? Why does Ling Yan have a bead inside her heart? Her body is so small and frail, there's no way she can withstand a burning flame inside her heart. No wonder Jin Tian mentioned his sister is different. It must be because of the influence from that bead. Although Bai Xiaochen does find the ferocious-looking side of his little sister to be quite cute, however, in comparison to her well-being, any cuteness would need to stand aside. Retracting his senses from the girl's body, Di Tsang took a moment to gather his words. For the time being it won't have any visible impact, nor do I feel any malice from the bead. Later though, Yen, I can't say for certain. We need to find a way to take it out no matter what. Nothing was certain in this world, this was especially true if it's something beyond their understanding. Leaving it to chance that the bead wouldn't bring harm was completely out of the question, nor a price he could afford to pay. Mother is heaven, okay. Bai Yan relents and nod. She believes in the power of her husband and trusts he could cope with any hurdle that might come their way. Right, Di Tsang, she seemed to have thought of something. I haven't seen Shifu and grandfather and them for a long time, so I intend to go back with the kids this time around to let them meet. Besides, she has an apprentice in the Luhua kingdom. Even if she hasn't been around in the human world for years by this point, she still liked the boy who reminded her of herself in the past. This time she intends to act the role of a Shifu and properly teach him something. Then take Suzaku and them with you. Wrinkling his brow at the unexpected idea, Di Tsang suggests taking the sacred beasts to act as guardians in his stead. No, I'll be back soon, so there's no need. Besides, no one can threaten me if those monarchs don't show up. Don't worry, I'll be safe. Bai Yan smiles in reassurance. She's half a step into being a divine lord herself, that's the same level as those monarchs. Unless someone at her father's level show up, Bai Yan had complete confidence to defeat the enemy or at least escape unscathed. Seeing her insistency, the Demon King knew there was nothing more to be said about that matter. Come back soon. I will, without intention. Bayan's face was all smiling once she met his gaze. Mother, I want to take Dragony with me. Bai Shechen suddenly turned up between his parents' sides and popped this request. Dragony is also my sister, I want to take her with us if we're leaving. Making a faint smile at her son's hopeful eye, Bai Yan felt guilty at what she was about to say. Dragony can't come with us. Why? The steam bun fell into shock. Why can't Dragony come with us? I haven't had time to tell you, so this is a good chance. Your Auntie Xiao Wan has temporarily left the demon realm in search of state teacher's reincarnation. Dragony also went with her as security since her strength has grown a lot. Auntie Xiao Wan and Dragony are gone. Bai Shechen made a dazed-looking face as his mind processed this bombshell. Moments later, the emotional loss couldn't be hidden from the boy's expression. Mother, it's then Di Ling Yan threw herself into Bai Yan's arms after hearing the news. When will Sister Dragon come back? I speculate. It will likely take some days. Bai Yan tried to be as vague as possible. She doesn't know when the two would return, so this was the best excuse. That's enough questions for your mother. Di Tsang's brow furrowed up at the persistence of the kids and immediately shot a warning glance at his eldest. She needs to rest. Originally the steam bun wanted to voice his displeasure at the sudden halting of their conversation, but his words were promptly stuffed back into his throat at the face his old man was making. But I haven't seen mother for so long. Do you want another sister or not? Di Tsang asked with an air of triumph. A brightness instantly shot out of the steam bun's eyes then, but that light soon dimmed after seeing the delicate face of his younger sister who's now in Bai Yan's arms. Father, you can't keep fooling me with that anymore. I've already got Ling Yan, so I'm satisfied. Mother is heaven, too. Tomorrow your mother will take you back to the human world. I only have tonight with her. Which of us do you think will have more time? Di Tsang spoke down at his son with a lecturing tone. Bai Shechen blinked and blinked. How did I forget about that? Anyway, I will have plenty of time to stick to mother after today. So what if father gets to spend some time instead of me? However, just as he was about to open his mouth, the sound of Di Tsang's cheeky voice rang out again. Of course, even if your mother doesn't plan to take you back to the human world tomorrow, you boy, can forget about stealing a woman from under your old man's hand. Even against his own son, the Demon King doesn't hold back and displays his dominance. The steam bun's face almost cracked as he stared in disbelief at the man whom sired his existence. Ling Yan, go stick to your brother. Di Tsang unceremoniously lifted the pipsqueak from her mother's arms and threw her over to the boy instead. Nevertheless, in the face of this daughter, the dominating air that he used for the son did disperse and was replaced by the soft kind tone of a parent. Don't let him pester my wife. Di Ling Yan first looked upwards at her father, then at her older brother. Making a clever face with those big blue eyes, she giggled and promptly hooked her arms around Bai Shechen's neck. Big brother, I want to hear a story. Tell me a bedtime story. The soft and crisp sound of the little milk bun instantly melted away Bai Shechen's heart. Okay, then big brother here will tell you the story about Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty? Is she beautiful? A light sparkled out of the pipsqueak's eye over the name, the face curious and childish. Nodding after a thought, should be, but not nearly as beautiful as mother and our Ling Yan. Really? The pipsqueaks got even more intrigued and wanted to know more. Have big brother seen this Sleeping Beauty? I haven't seen her, but perhaps mother did. I heard this story from mother when I was little. There are also many more stories like Snow White, Cinderella, Anne. Using the opportunity created by her daughter's stickiness to the boy, Di Tsang had already dragged his wife away in a burst of speeding blur for their bedchamber. Yan Yan, I miss you so much. Since the first encounter that year, he was doomed to fall into this endless cycle of loving her. It's sad and pitiful for a man of his standing and ability, but he's relishing and loving this descent into being a wife's slave. This was especially true while they are together in bed. Whether it be him on top or his wife doing the laboring, the pair are in communication and sync of their rhythm. Mother is heaven. 3. Next day. The morning light brightly shone through the crack in the windowsill, the air still lingering with the scent of the two occupants' wrestle in the night. This brought comfort to the slumbering mistress of this bedchamber. Nevertheless, it was about time she awoke from her rest after noticing the missing partner that should have been holding her body. "Mother, can I come in?" Just then, a young voice drifted through the closed door and sent her into a panic. She's still drowsy over the long exercise throughout the night, so the demon queen didn't expect this sudden intrusion. "Wait!" Biyao hurriedly shouted as she scrambled to get out of bed and got dressed. She's covered in sexual marks with that birth suit of hers, so it wouldn't do at all before her child. Coughing after covering all the evidence, "Come in." The door swung open following the permission and in came the steam bun. He's dressed in the luxurious robe of royalty, giving him the air of supremacy that could quickly draw the attention of the opposite sex. "Mother, father had gone out without me. He woke me up in the middle of the night and told me to pass on a message to you that he's going to find something for Ling Yan's bead." Biyao appears stunned in the face over this bombshell. Di Tsang went looking for something to help Ling Yan? Did he already know what to do? Why didn't he tell me yesterday? If I knew, I would have gone with him. Tightly clenching her fist, she inhales deeply to calm her deteriorating mood. "What else did your father say?" "Oh, he said not to look for him. He won't say and you won't be able to go on your own. But don't worry, father said he will be fine, so I'm sure he's not in danger." The young voice of her boy only made the demon queen sadder and bittersweet inside. It seems that the guy knew she would follow him, hence his reasoning for leaving without a word. "Xiachen, go help me summon First Elder here." She narrowed her eyes in after giving this instruction. Biyao wants to get more information. Aside from Di Tsang and State Teacher, First Elder had the most information since he's one of the few demons remaining from that era. "Mother, it's useless," First Elder also followed father when they left. The only ones left to protect the demon realm are the 4 sacred beasts. "I know Suzaku, Phoenix, doesn't know anything since I asked them about the matter before coming here. They don't know where father went either." Bai Xiachen hung his head in frustration, that expression pitiful and sad. "Didn't you ask him yesterday?" Biyao asks for more details since her son was the last to see her husband. "I did ask," Bai Xiachen puffs his cheeks up in a pout. "I did ask and refused to let him go unless he takes us with him. But guess what, father knocked me out and ran away on his own." "Mother, you say, am I really his son? Why do I always feel like I'm adopted? And it's the one-for-one type of adoption. Like how father woke me up in the middle of the night just so he won't disturb mother. Then there's the part about him always tossing me aside so I won't pester him and mother's time together. Worse, he actually knocked me out when I asked him where he's going. Your father wouldn't let you go with him for fear that you would be in danger. I sense that the place he's heading to would be dangerous. Otherwise, Di Tsang wouldn't have left without a word to me in person." Biyao's heart grew more and more worried after thinking about this. However, she didn't dare to show it in front of her boy. "Mother is heaven, for, mother, what should we do then?" Bai Shechen's eyes got all red as the worry nearly made him cry out. Don't assume he doesn't care just because he claimed to be adopted. In fact, he cares about his old man quite a lot. Don't worry too much, he's Di Tsang, your father, there's nothing he can't do in this world. Biyao reassures her boy by showing a comforting smile, but the reluctance and worry couldn't be dismissed in her voice. She doesn't know where the Demon King was now. That meant she must find out. Xiachen, go find your siblings and pack up. We'll go visit the human world as planned. Biyao attempts to shift the topic in order to avoid further pain in the room. Okay. The steam bun did not doubt his mother and nodded before turning for the exit. Xiachen, don't let Ling Yan and Jin Tian know about this, understand? Biyao drops another order after seeing her boy move, afraid this matter might rile up into a fuss that's not needed at this timing. Halting in his step and turning back to face her, Mother, you can count on me, I won't let them worry. Finally, once said the boy ran off without looking back, leaving only the Demon Queen standing there with an oppressive air hovering overhead. At this moment, Suzaku was just coming out of her own room when the phoenix suddenly bumped into her mistress who came to see her. Stumbling backward in surprise by the headbutt, Mistress, how come you are here? Tightly pressing her hands onto the phoenix's shoulder so she doesn't escape, Suzaku, do you know where Deetsang went? I want to hear the truth. Flinching at the sudden question, the phoenix woman met the demon queen's eye and spent a good second in deep thought. In the end, she shook her head. I don't know. His Majesty didn't tell us anything, so we don't know where he intends to go. Bai Yan's hands slowly loosened. It looks like Xiachen is not wrong. Suzaku and them don't know anything. Deetsang had Xiachen pass me the word, saying I cannot go to the place that he's going. Why is that the case? Bai Yan's sight never left the other persons, looking for any sign of hesitancy. Sure enough, Suzaku got quiet and leaving the air very tense. After a good while of this awkwardness, I really don't know. Taking a step back, Bai Yan's figure began to shake, her smile transforming into a hysterical laugh of bitterness. Is that so? Fine, I'm going to take the kids back with me to the human world. Since I don't know where he is, I won't waste any more time on the matter. But if word comes that he's in danger, you must come find me, understood? Mistress, Suzaku didn't like this either, so her heart was very tense, like someone's grabbing at it and ripping it apart. There's only one place that is forbidden to Mistress since she is a human. The place only us demons can go. I want to tell her, but her going would only bring more harm to the king than helping. Mother is heaven, 5, I can't watch her take such a risk. So, I'm sorry, Mistress. Please forgive me for not telling you. Bai Yan did not notice the hidden light flickering within the phoenix's eye, so her condition wasn't faring so well. Sloppy in her steps, the demon queen had trouble maintaining her balance due to the ache in the heart. Mother, mother. From afar, she could hear the calls of the little ones. Coming over was none other than her eldest son and the twins. However, there's also Ji Song, who stood behind the group while holding a long sword in both her arms. She may be small, smaller than Bai Xiachen, but her presence gave weight and projected a sense of peace. You're all here. Bai Yan slowly closed her eyes before opening them again after a long while. She had to force herself to smile despite the discomfort. Mother, are you feeling sick? Di Ling Yen saw the unhealthy complexion and quickly ran over to touch Bai Yan's forehead with her tiny hands. However, she's unfortunately too small in her height, so those hands were nowhere close to being able to reach, which causes the pipsqueak to grow a little depressed in the face. I'm fine, Ling Yen, don't have to worry. Bai Yan reached down to rub her daughter's head reassuringly. Of course, the little glutton was equally as worried after seeing his mother's complexion. First pulling out a small cloth bag from his pocket, he earnestly offers it with both hands like it's an immense treasure. Mother, are you hungry? This is the food prepared for me by First Elder. I had intended to eat it on the road, but if Mother is hungry then you can have it. Bai Yan's heart melted away over her twins' lovable gesture of comfort. Hugging both with open arms, Mother is not hungry, I'm just a little tired. We should begin heading out now. Mother, don't we have to say goodbye to Father first? Ling Yen asks with a puzzled look. She's suddenly reluctant to leave Deetsang behind. It's just that the thought of meeting her mother's side of the family, her heart would grow excited. Shuddering inside over that comment, she shakes her head with a bitter smile. No need, your father is very busy, so it's best not to disturb him. It's beginning to get late, so we shouldn't delay the trip any longer. If we set out now, then we should be at the Holy Land before sundown. In this world, apart from those she considers close family members, the most important individuals are the 3 silly shifis of hers. Back then it was they who took her in during her weakest and gave her 5 years of love and care. Without that period to breath, the Bai Yan of today wouldn't exist. Mother, are we going to see my 3 grandshifis? Bai Xiachen's eye lit up over the notion, is Godfather also in the Holy Land? I miss him so much. Although he favors his old man a lot, the steam bun still likes chewy foam from the hearts down. In fact, if Deetsang never existed, he would have likely wanted that picturesque man to become his stepfather. Godfather? Di Ling Yen cleverly picked up on this word and looked towards her older brother's face for an explanation. Patting his little sister with a smile, you never met him yet, Ling Yen, but Godfather is a very good person that is always kind to Mother and me. He would exhaust everything to please her. If Father hadn't appeared back then, perhaps, regarding the last bit of his remark, Bishechin didn't want to say it before the twins. After all, if Chu Yifeng did get Bai Yan back then, where would the twins be today? Mother is heaven. 6. Does Godfather look good? And between father and Godfather, who looks better? This time, Bishechin puckered his lips to one side and didn't want to elaborate. They both look good in their respective manner. Godfather is a fairy like those seen in a portrait, while father is stunning and dominant, but I prefer father now. He likes whoever gives his mother a lifetime of happiness. Even if Di Tsang often bullies him, he would like his old man as usual. What about before? Did brother prefer Godfather? As always, Di Lingyan became the curious baby that she was and wanted to get to the bottom of things. Well, Bishechin did not deny that idea and nodded. At first father would always pick on mother, so I did not like him. Mother is my most important woman. Whoever bullies her is my enemy. If not for father performing well later on, plus he promised that he will help me improve my strength so that I can protect mother, I wouldn't have accepted him so quickly. If there's anything to be blamed, it could only be on Di Tsang's initial impression. He didn't act like a good man, so the boy reacted defensively. In contrast, Chu Yifeng's behavior had been nothing but flawless. A literal ray of sunshine in Xiaqin and Bai Yan's life. It's no wonder the steam bun preferred him at first. Ling Yan, I am not as strict with you versus Jin Tian, but listen up the both of you. Bishechin forks his arms around the waist while speaking in a lecturing manner. Mother is the boss of our family. Whoever bullies her is the enemy of our family. Regardless if mother is right or wrong, she is and always will be right, understood? Jin Tian the little glutton nodded first without fully understanding his meaning. He's already been programmed to believe anything the steam bun says, so this was a no-brainer. But Ling Yan on the other hand got the underlying meaning when she nodded. I understand, big brother. Mother is always right. If there is anyone wrong, it can only be the other person. If mother and father argues, it can only be father's fault. That's right, Bishechin dotingly ruffles his little sister's hair in an appeased manner, and Eugene Tian. When you grow older, you must be as good as you are now and never anger mother. If you do, I will beat you, I really will hit you. Shivering in fear at the sudden threat, the little glutton didn't know why he suddenly became the ire of his older brother. I will be good, I really will be. He's ready to burst into tears by this point. It's bad enough to be the punching bag, it's even worse when you don't know why you're the punching bag. Now that's good, the steam bun loosens his stern face and got all lovely in his smile. It doesn't matter if you don't understand what I mean. The only thing you need to know is that mother is the heaven, she is the law. Ji Song, who's also present but standing behind the twins, was shocked by this logic and display of tyranny. From a logical point of view, it's supposed to be wrong, but it's nevertheless drawing her in and making this now healed girl worshipful towards the steam bun. Mrs. D is so amazing. She could teach her eldest son to be such a sweet son. That should be enough. Xiaqin, Bai Yan warmly rewards her eldest with a pat on the head after that statement. If you continue, then Jin Tian is really going to cry. As if I am that mean, mother? Bishechin slyly throws himself at the demon queen's waist. I am in fact very gentle. As long as my little brother doesn't make you angry, I will always be the kind and gentle older brother to him. I'm only teaching him how to behave in this family properly. Reunion 1. Suzaku, Bai Yan pinches her eldest's nose before turning to the Phoenix woman. I will be leaving the four of you in charge of the demon realm while we're away. If anything happens, contact me immediately, understand? She and Suzaku have a contract in their bodies, so passing on the message would be as simple as a will of their mind. Don't worry, mistress, I will be here in the demon realm until your return. Nodding in confirmation, the Phoenix gives off an air of confidence and reliability. Holding the twins with both hands, Bai Yan led the way in front. We're leaving, I'll take you two to meet your grandchiefess. It's another year of plentiful blossoming for the peach trees on the island where Bai Yan once called her home of the Holy Land. It's beautiful and serene here, but not all was as it may seem from the surface. Standing on the edge of the lake surrounding the island, several disciples of this great power curiously voiced their opinion as they took in this sight. I didn't expect such beautiful scenery to be in the Holy Land, but why is such a good place not being used by the little princess? Chu-ee, can it be, this is where the Lord's deceased wife once lived? Another disciple to one side immediately sent a look at this ignorant peer of hers as she shot the theory down. You are new, so it's normal that you don't know. However, there are some things you must not spout without the pertinent details. Senior Sister Zhang Yun, does that mean you know about the Holy Island's secret? The girl in pink turned her head to look at the older female disciple known as Zhang Yun, her bright green eyes curious and nosy. That is, of course. It is said that the master of this island is the strongest person of the human world, and she's also the apprentice of the three great elders. Even the Holy Lord and Princess are extremely fond of her, making her position within the Holy Land equivalent to the Holy Lord himself. Zhang Yun crosses her arms around the chest and gloats her chin high like some superior lecturing their subordinates. Such a person is one that we should all aspire to be. Sadly, I'm afraid even meeting that person would be impossible. The pink girl popped her mouth into a round shape at this incredible story. But I have been in the Holy Land for nearly 2 years. Why have I never seen her? Is she not coming back to the Holy Land? Who knows? Zhang Yun shook her head. I heard that she married and followed her husband to some far-off place. The three great elders believe she would return soon though. That's why we're all cleaning the Holy Land of late. But isn't the Holy Island's owner the strongest person in the human world already? What man can win her heart? The pink girl sways her hip left and right like an innocent maiden that's captivated by this wondrous story. If I were her, I would rather be on my own since I already have such strength. It wouldn't sit well with me to be overshadowed by a man when I can clearly be at the forefront. Don't mess around, that kind of thinking is best kept to yourself. Zhang Yun hurriedly pulled her peer over and cussed her running mouth so other unrelated disciples wouldn't hear. Before I was only a disciple at the outer ring, that's why I never got to meet that incredible woman. But her deeds and achievements, just listening to some of the stories from the older seniors would get my heart burning with excitement. And guess what, I heard she already has a son before coming to the Holy Land.